Hello, folks. How are we doing? Good to see you, Lep and TM. The motley crew of Larry and Tony. Fucking hell. You two need like a little double act name. I've forgotten what it was. I'm sure we've given you one before. Another day, another idiot. Yeah. Who here likes to do with us? Because we've got one of them. Tony and Larry. Yeah, that'll have to do. I was just thinking about this. That song. Great song. Love it. One of my favourite songs. I've never been good at sort of comprehending the meaning of lyrics. I just never have been. Poetry for that matter. Unless I sort of understand the context of them. Once I understand sort of the vague idea, you can sort of piece it together. Having said that, I've never bothered to look it up either. I haven't got a fucking clue what that song's about. It's all about what a fool believing something, but trying hard to recreate what had yet to be created. For once in a life, she musters us. What the hell does that mean? Absolutely no idea. Welcome in, troops. If anyone can guess to the nearest half hour precisely what point last night I managed to finally get some sleep, you get nothing. But I'll go, yes, that's correct. 2:30. Into time, good stuff. It wasn't 2:30 then. Chance would be a fine thing if it was fucking 2:30. 1? No. 4 o'clock. 4 a.m. 4 a.m. I'm Isabel. Hello, folks. Good morning. Welcome to the island. I'm Little Yellow Tosser. Oh. Right now in Belvita, it's 10:07. Friday, April 17th, 2026. For today's announcements, starting today, Belvita has its very own campsite. Campsite is a place for visitors to experience the beauty of our island and the kindness of its residents. Can't think of anything more fitting for Belvita. Sure, we get plenty of visitors. Take a moment to wander over and spread the island charm. And of course, we'll be holding a special ceremony to celebrate happy news. If you're interested in participating and have the time, please check in with Tom, Nook, and Resident Services. Thank you very much, Isabel. Tread carefully as it is wit's end. Why can't I just sleep? I hate it. Sleep, genuinely, in my life, being perfectly honest, sleep is... I know people say this, it's like, oh, I love sleep and all that sort of... Genuinely, sleeping is the best thing in the world for me. It's so much better than being awake. And I just want to go to sleep at like 10 o'clock and wake up at like 8 o'clock. I'm waking up fine. If it gets to 7:30 and I wake up, any time after that, I'm not getting back to sleep. I'm awake. Did I suffer this bad before the... Not 4 o'clock, Lem. No. Not 4 o'clock. And the other day it was 3:30 as well. No, not that bad. No, I was getting to sleep at like 1 or 2 maybe. It might be, I really don't want it to be the magnesium because I've bought 6 months worth of it. I really thought, I mean, maybe it is, I don't know. Maybe, because some people, it makes it worse for them. But people have said that when that happens, you're sort of more wired. I'm not wired, I am tired. I just can't. I need to give it some time to adjust. That's what I'm thinking, which is why I'm still taking 2 a day. And I'll probably still do that for the next at least week or so until hopefully it just gets better. I think once in a while I'll have a good sleep like I did. Not last night, the night before. I had a good sleep, but I think it's just because I was about four nights in a row of shit sleep. So yeah. Ultimately, the chemical balances in your brain are in a state of flux. That is true. I really desperately want it to work. I'm sick of it. I just, oh my god, I can't nap it. I'm not a napper. when I started on the happy pills, it was hell for a month, but it's the adjustment period. Yeah, so for those, it takes like 4 to 6 weeks. I've had it with mine before where it does take 4 to 6 weeks for it to sort of fully kick in. But magnesium is relatively sort of... the reason why people like it so much, one of the reasons, is because it's fairly sort of... It's easy on your body. You don't have to do much adjusting to it, allegedly. It's more of a kind of... it's like if you take vitamins or whatever, you don't have to, there's no really adjustment period of having multivitamins or anything like that. So there shouldn't really be an adjustment period, but I'm going to just give it a go. Like I said, I've got a doctor's appointment booked on the 30th. So if I'm still can't sleep by then, I'll just go to them and I'll say, look, I've been taking magnesium for like a month. It's just made it worse. I don't know what to do. I'm not sure. I never accidentally fall asleep. I'm absolutely drained. Yeah, and I'm very rarely absolutely drained. And the other thing is that the thing that people say is exercise, which is fine. Yes, absolutely. But I find that exercise makes my restless legs worse. Is the problem. There must be a balance somewhere that I've not found, but I don't know what it is. But even if I go walking for an hour, my legs just... I think I've just got something wrong with my legs, to be honest, and my lower back as well. Actually, this fucking chair probably isn't helping. In fact, I'm sitting forward probably isn't helping either. Should we read the post? Got loads of posts, by the way. Nutcracker. Here's a little gift to thank you for all your help. I'm supposed to be steering this ship right now. Thank you very much, Gulliver. Happy Home Academy. Celebrate your new edition. Please accept this gift of some furniture. Very nice. Complete the expanse of your home. To place one or more wall hanging items in your storage. Hope you understand. That's fine. Celia, congratulations on finishing your home remodeling project. I bet you're excited to have some more room to spin out. Here's a little gift. Thank you very much, Celia. And Dodo Airlines just wanted to thank you for flying Dodo. There's a bloody thank you city in here today, isn't it? Bloody thank you o'clock. No, you don't have a lot of options, but thanks for choosing us all the same. Lovely stuff. Let's have a chat with old, who the hell are you? Sahara. Bring these rugs from my home, which is far. There we decorate your home, which is near. Small rugs for large rugs, rugs with medium space in between. Mysterious wallpaper. Sure. What's in the cards today, Sarge? Bit of Animal Crossing. I may, depending on how it goes. The plan was to stop at around 2:30, 3 o'clock, do the thing we've done previously, and then do a bit of Mario Kart at about 4:30 for a couple of hours. If I'm feeling alright, we'll do that. If not, I don't know. I don't know. But for now, a bit of Animal Crossing, possibly some Mario Kart later. Play a beer. Yeah. Let's just buy a load of rugs. We'll buy all the rugs that she's offering. Large rug. We'll buy a medium rug. We ran late if you want to cart the fuck out of some children. Yes, please. That'd be nice. Yeah, we'll see. I'm sure we'll be able to. The Gaben Zone, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Gaben Zone. Why does your nickname... Why does your name ring a bell? Why is that? Thank you very much, though. Not right now. That was Crack Monster's gift. Oh, yeah! How's it going? Oh, it's going good, thank you. How are you? I'm so sorry that you got gifted a sub and you weren't following. If that's something that you didn't like. I'm so sorry. Please enjoy the emotes and the ad-free viewing, though. Please don't feel like you have to... Yeah, you got gifted a sub the other day. That's why I recognise your name. Someone gave out a random gift sub and it went to you. it's just fair enough. But I apologise if you didn't want that or anything like that. We were all sort of collectively quite confused because it normally goes to someone who's chatted a bit and stuff. I'm sorry if this sounds really sort of... It's not passive-aggressive at all. I apologise. I've had very little sleep last night. I just mean... It normally goes to someone that I've heard of. And it went to you, and we all had a collective moment of... We have no idea who that is. But please enjoy. Please enjoy it, my friend. Just realised it sounded a bit sort of passag. Didn't mean to. Right. Oh, Jesus. Lurking in the chat the other day when you were playing Mario Kart, but that's about it. Right. Oh, maybe that's it then. Maybe that's it. Well, thank you very much for the lurk the other day. I do appreciate that. Please enjoy the emotes. I suppose. And welcome into you. I do hope you're well. Hope you all had some good sleep last night, folks, because God knows I fucking didn't. And yes, I will be going on about it all day. If you don't like that, you can leave. That's a nice rug. That's a nice mat. That's a ticket. I didn't mean to do that. You're very welcome. That's a lot. I completely forget the amounts that I've got, to be honest with you. There's no space to spread this rug out. Yellow checked rug. Don't like that. Streamers just promised there'll be more Mario Kart later on, so enjoy that. Please do. Oh, hello, that's nice. Oh, lovely. Right, what presents have we got? A Dal tea. Revolving spice rack. It's not revolving, but that's fine. A refrigerator. Oh yeah. And not a wasp nest. A sombrero. All in all, not actually not bad. Don't say that, Lefford, please. If you don't mind. Right, we're just putting this stuff away, might as well. In fact, I could probably give some of it away, couldn't I? To be honest with you. Sure, I will. Sorry that I stole the gift sub from somebody who probably needed one. Do not apologise for... First of all, you've not stolen it because you didn't choose to take it or anything like that. It was forced upon you. So I'm sorry that it was forced upon you like that. But also, if anyone so desperately wants to sub, they can pay the princely sum of £4.99 for the privilege. And if they can't do that, then that's terrible, but they're really not missing out on much, I have to say. Please don't apologise. It happens. I do find the sort of... I don't know what, like, the algorithm for it. I do find it sort of slightly strange, the way it kind of... Fuck this, haven't I? Oh no, that's the right way around. No. It's the right way around. That's fine. Okay. I mean, I don't really want to... I guess if we've got another room, we could just put that flooring and stuff in here. Having said that, I kind of like the plain one. I like the plain flooring. Ultimately, it's landed with the head honcho at Valve Software. That's class. Yeah, of all the people it could go to, actually, you've got a good point. That's actually quite nice. Just think about stuff to give away to people. I think Stu would look really good in that sweater. Knew it was him. Can I please have 3 games for life? That's nice. I did go on Animal Crossing a little bit last night off stream, folks. Didn't do too much, though. I did visit a couple of Dream Islands and found some designs for, like, dirt paths. which is nice. Must say, when I was lurking the other day, I liked the banter between you and the other guy. I don't remember the name. That's lovely. The other guy was Leopard. Right. To be fair, it didn't say. It was surely... That'll be... No, it'll be Leopard. Leopard. Yeah. We'll play some more Mario Kart with Leopard this evening, I think. Right, what's up, Antonio? Good morning to you. The other guy. I love that. That's good stuff. Oh, is Stu ill? Stu's ill. Stu's ill. Stu's ill. What's wrong with Stu? I've got medicine. Hang on. I've got medicine. I mean, you didn't have to rule me out of contention quite so quickly. We don't have banter though, Tien. We're alright with each other, aren't we? Me and Leopard are very much at loggerheads. And also, you were only there for a bit of it. No, it started with an L, but I'm not sure if it... No, it was definitely Leopard. If it began with L, it was 100% Leopard, because he was the only person there beginning with L that I was talking to. But you understand why I'm ruling you out of contention so quickly, Tien. You understand that. We don't have banter like me and Leopard do. Do we? We're sort of, I wouldn't say alright with each other, but we're a little bit more pally there, I say, than me and old Larry Pops. Still, I didn't want to say it, but yeah, it is, because you've got the quote-unquote dead-ass chat. Once again, saying ass as a Brit. Strange old stuff. Dead-ass chat. Stu! What's up with you, brother? Have some medicine, mate. Enjoy that. Get that down you. He's got the fish that I gave him the other day. Don't fucking sneeze on me, mate, please. Denim jacket. Oh, yeah. Well, I'll be careful that I don't get sick too, but to be honest with you, you did just sneeze on me. And also, I can't give him that poncho now because he's sick. Which is fair enough. Like a really old battle. Mask up, Stu. Yeah, please, mate. Common courtesy. If you're gonna fucking sneeze on me. Nasty, nasty stuff. Don't even know whose house this is. Audi? Audi. What are you making? A wooden block wall clock. I only got trains in love. That's nice. I watched a little bit of a TV show yesterday. God knows why. I mean, you'll know why. Because they had trains in it. It was Paul Merton. Paul Merton from Seamus's favourite TV show, Have I Got News for You? It's like a sort of when he's going on loads of little old trains, and he was on one in Switzerland. And I was like, I might have been on this train in Train Sim World, but I hadn't. It's different. I think the game might need to come down a bit. Really? It's on the same volume it was yesterday. It's on the same volume it was on yesterday. 1 second then. Train gabble, of course. Yeah. Might be quieter. Yeah, that's a good point. Thank you for saying that, TN, by the way. Leopard, shame on you for not saying it earlier. Shh, it's too quiet. How about that? It's not affected, it's not changed it. Hang on. Changed it. Oh, I put it on 12. It's making minus. There you go. That's better. I put it on 12 dB instead of minus 12 dB. How's that? It was a bit loud when the music was playing indoors. Fair enough. It wasn't a bit. No. What about the Gaben Zone? The Gaben Zone is not aware of my long-standing obsession with getting the audio levels absolutely crispy and perfect. And dare I say, the better off that way, because I don't wish that knowledge upon my worst enemy. Except for you, Leopard and Tien. You're going to say that's too quiet? It's a bloody Goldilocks, isn't it?
Droll, very droll.
How about that? I think it's very nice where it is now. Right, so it was on -9 before. I've just turned it to -12. Leopard said too quiet, so I've moved it to -10. Tien's just then said before I changed it, I think it's very nice where it is now. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to change it to -11, and we're going to leave it at that. Hello, Hutmaster, welcome in. How's it going? Lovely to see you. Alright, what's going on? Nothing there. 11's the sweet spot, yeah. Which is weird because I don't think Mario Kart needed turning down that much, but I suppose we'll just leave it like that now. We need to do that. Bang. Yeah, the music in that house was quite loud. I did notice that. It's not normally like that though, I suppose. I've got a Jermaine pennant. That's good. We'll do the dailies. We'll do the daily tasks and whatnot. And then we'll sort of see what's what. I might do some more dreaming. Possibly. I remember I joined the stream while you guys were playing on Crown City and Leopard was just having a go at the game. He was just having an unlucky day. Every day is an unlucky day for Leopard, apart from that one race that he won. Aside from that, he's just desperately unlucky at the game, evidently. The game's out to get me. Making spaghetti. Enjoy. I might have some spaghetti later, actually. Would you believe an amazing DIY recipe simply popped into my mind as I'm enjoying my cup of tea? Lovely. Annalise. With the old bamboo shelf. The old bamboo. Didn't mean that either. Didn't even mean that. Hello. You alright? The old bamboo. Have you ever heard of a taco bowl? We're not doing this again. I might have to ban the term taco bowl from the chat. We aren't doing this again. The bridge is built, by the way. Cleave in twain. We could set up some sort of cleavage in twain. Cleave in twainage. Concerning the term taco bowl. Yeah, that'd be good, wouldn't it? You've just reminded me I need to add a term to the auto mod. What term is it exactly? I'm not telling you, but some people have said it recently and I don't like it. Not any of you lot. Don't worry about that. Block terms and phrases. It was weird that Twitch sometimes just doesn't catch stuff. You know? There we go. Peak game. It's not peak game. I need to check my turnip prices, by the way. Gonna make a new island. You've made up my mind. It will be called Taco Bowl. When you talk to the villagers, Tien, and you can. Oh no, I will ban that turn then. Fair enough. Because it actually did wind me up yesterday a bit when you were fucking going on about it. In fact, no, that's a timeout one. I'll stream about that one. No, I can't be asked. In fact, I'll just do that, won't I? So be it, I completely forgot about that, but you reminded me. So there you go, that's on you. Why can get done by that? Fair enough. I don't give a shit what Wise gets done by. I can't remember what I was going to say now. It was, oh, you can, you know, TN when a villager talks to you, and they ask you like what your favorite thing is. You could say taco bowl. Like they go, "What's your favorite food?" You go, "Taco bowl," and then the next time you talk to them, they'll go, "Oh, I just had a taco bowl or whatever." Hate that. Fuck you. Just a horrible fucking chat when I'm playing a game like this. Nothing ruins it more. Honestly, nothing ruins it more. It's rancid, honestly. And some of you know me for 6 years. And you must be aware by now that certain games put me in a certain headspace, in a certain mood. And sometimes a little joke like that's fine, depending on what we're playing. Not Animal Crossing, though. Not Animal Crossing, come on. Something's got to be done, surely. Sanctity of Animal Crossing was tainted by you! It's even worse when it's self-aware, Leopard. It's even worse when it's self-aware. Awful, I wish I hadn't done it. You literally just did it 5 minutes ago. Check this out. Bang. Man, 'tis so cool. Oh, hello. Found a new technique, by the way, where you can actually sneak up on them by holding A. Didn't realise that was a thing. I've played this game for 655 hours. Bang. Why would you bother testing it, Leopard? Unless you were planning on saying it again. That's what I want to know. That's the way to get the tarantulas right. The only time a tarantula's come up to me in this, he sort of ran towards me. It was tricky. He was being a bit tricky. And scorpions. I've not seen a scorpion yet. Oh, there's another mantis up there. Let's get that. Yeah, they do that. I couldn't understand why when you see a tarantula in this, you sort of, when they come towards you, you just sort of pass out. I didn't know if they were like biting you. They're not. You just faint. You just faint. Which I find a little bit, maybe not odd, but it's not like the wasps where you get stung. I caught a wasp last night, by the way. I finally caught a wasp, which is a big moment. I've also got more pocket storage. I did that on stream, didn't I? Pocket storage. Got the full pocket storage now. Easy gaming this, I love it. Missed it. Easy gaming. Played a bit of Pokemon Go this morning. I got a bag on. Got a bag on, and I also got a Fennekin. So I don't know what anyone makes about that. I think they're pretty good. Pretty good little catches. Callan chat, what's your opinion on British doctors? I have a British friend who keeps saying they're not good. Need a second opinion on that because I don't know anything about that, and I'm starting to think it's a biased opinion on his part. What do we mean British doctors? Sorry. Like individual sort of GPs. I've also mastered this sort of spinning the Pokeball thing. I would maintain that you get some good ones and some bad ones. I don't think you can tar them all with the same brush. I don't think that's fair. I've had some very, very good doctors. I've also had some very shit doctors. And I make a note when I book a doctor's appointment to not have one with the shit doctor. Trained medical professionals are pretty good, but some people are better than others. It was also sort of the issue with, I mean, this might be slightly biased because I'm sort of a real Pandora's box for a question. The issue I think with the sort of healthcare in general in the UK is that so much of it is inefficient. And I'll give an example of this. So there's not, for starters, there's not basically just one. It's not just the National Health Service and everything runs the same in the National Health Service. You have National Health Service trusts in different areas, which means that there's many different areas, many different ways of doing things. I'll give an example for one thing. Where I live, if you have an operation, if you're about to have an operation, your operation will be booked at a certain point in the future. And then about a week or two before that operation that you have, you will be given the pre-op appointment, which is when they sort of go through to make sure that you're ready to have that operation and that sort of thing. They do some select testing of you and that sort of thing. You do it about a week or two before the operation itself, which makes perfect sense because then you have that test, you're good to go. You have the operation a couple of weeks later. Perfect. There's another NHS trust where my grandma lives and she's waiting for an operation. She's been waiting for an operation for a while. They require you to have a pre-op every 18 weeks. Okay? So, for an operation that... Try my absolute hardest not to rant about this. I've not talked about this on stream, but it seriously pisses me off. But basically, the pre-op that she has to have it in Hull, which is an hour's drive away from her. Now, it's extremely painful for her to be in a car because of the condition that she has. So it's a lot of effort to get her there to have the pre-op. Okay? She's had 3 pre-ops before that surgery because she'll have a pre-op after she had a pre-op after 18 weeks, and then she had another pre-op after 18 weeks, and then she had another pre-op after 18 weeks, but no point during that did she have a final date booked for her operation. Okay, so she was just having useless pre-ops. But it's not just the fact that that's a waste of time, because there's no point doing a pre-op unless it's right before the operation, basically. It's not just that that's a waste of time. It's also a lot of pain for her to do it. The whole process of getting her there and getting her back. It's a lot of pain for her. And not only that, but when she finally had the 3rd pre-op, she had the operation booked about 2 weeks later. She went to the operation in Hull again, and then they said to her, there's something... They did basically another little test on it and said, we can't do the operation because we're concerned about this. I think it's like a lung function or something, which should have been picked up in the pre-op. So now, she still doesn't know when the operation is going to be. And she's got to have another pre-op. So she's been to Hull. She'll have gone to Hull 6 times at minimum before she has that operation, when it should just be twice. So my question is, why would you ever have that system? This is what I don't understand why you would have a system where you have a pre-op every 18 weeks, because it's just a waste of time. Because if your operation waiting time is longer than 18 weeks, you're just going to have several of them. What's the point? You just have one before you have it. It doesn't make any sense. Anyway, that's just one example of just a comically stupid inefficiency. So to answer your question, Gabe and Zone, the thing is that we've got the universal healthcare here. There is also private healthcare, I should say. That's a common misconception. Private healthcare is an option for people here. If people don't want to go through the public healthcare system, they can go private. Up to them. And they still have private insurance and all that sort of thing. Hang on. Just get rid of the ladybug. No, it's getting rid of the weeds, actually. The public healthcare system is... I'd rather have that than a private healthcare system. Just for me personally, there's stuff that I would have been left untreated with because I just simply couldn't afford it, even with private healthcare insurance. The issue is, a lot of people don't like criticism of the public healthcare system, in my opinion, which I understand why. The reason why is because basically if you criticise the public healthcare system, it's kind of seen as like a mark against it. And it almost acts as like an argument for private healthcare being better. But I don't see it that way, because the only thing that's going to happen if you can't criticise it is that it's only going to get worse. It's horrifically underfunded. In some places, especially more than others as well, is the thing. There's a bit of a sort of postcode lottery depending on where you live. You get better healthcare than somewhere else, and you're paying the same amount for it. But there's so many things wrong with it, and I think people that have been through the system know that there's things wrong with it. That's just the example that I just gave you, just one example. I've had not problems that big, but problems with inefficiencies and stuff in it. If we're going into individual doctors, the GP that I used to go to, I went to him and I asked for an autism assessment. This was a couple of years ago now, and basically I went online, and because I thought, I don't know, I was just exploring it, and basically one of the sort of main charities basically said, you just talk to your GP about it, they'll know what to do. And so I went to my GP and I basically said this to him, and he did literally word for word. What he said to me was, "What do you want me to do about it?" That is what he said to me. He said, "What do you want me to do about it?" And I just went, "Fucking no. You're supposed to know this stuff." And so he went, I basically just said, like, "Can I have an assessment?" or something like that. And he went, "Yeah, go on. Yeah, you can do. Yeah, sure." And then after several weeks, he sent forward like the initial assessment thing, which is like a form that you fill out, basically. Several weeks late. And not only that, but he sent the wrong one. He sent the ADHD one, which I've already had, which I had several years ago. And so I had to start that process again, but with a different GP. So I don't, that particular GP, I don't book appointments with him anymore. Because it's not, my mum's also had problems with him before. He's just one of those doctors, thinks he sort of knows everything. He's a bit smug and smarmy about it. But on the other hand, most GPs that I've been to have been so lovely about everything. So it really, in terms of individual doctors, this is a very fucking long answer for a relatively simple question, but some doctors just go through the motions, yeah, Leopard. And some genuinely do care. One of the doctors that I had was actually a junior doctor. When I was going through some mental health stuff, it was so good and was so proactive as well. Possibly, I don't know if it's because we were like the similar age and stuff, and maybe that helped, but he was so good for that sort of thing. Whereas some that I've been to are just not helpful in the slightest. But for me, personally, on the whole, I would say 9 out of 10 doctors I've been to have been fine. At least fine. There's only 1 or 2 that have really stuck with me as being particularly terrible. So I've missed some chat. I'm so sorry. Still clap for the nurses every evening. Can't criticise without people going, oh, you got what gone, do you? And of course that's not the case. Absolutely not. See, and I want it criticised because I want it to be better. But the problem is that the people who want it gone use those same criticisms as an argument to say you want it gone. And it's almost like you don't want to side with them. And I'm guilty of it as well. I'm guilty of being very defensive about that sort of thing because I know that the arguments that I want to make can sort of be co-opted by people who want to go private. All that stuff I say with my grandma there, someone could use that and go, this is why the public health system isn't working, this is why we need to have private healthcare. But my grandma couldn't afford that. So that immediately out the window. She couldn't afford it with private health insurance and stuff. And by the way, she has had to have private appointments for some things, and it has cost serious money for her. And she's still not that much better. Sorry for asking all this all of a sudden to have a British friend who, without revealing too much, is not in a good situation. I worry for him in his future. Well, I hope... Obviously, you don't have to say anything, of course, but I hope it works out for him. If it's sort of... If it's mental health related, it's a tricky one because... to reach out for help is quite easy, I would say. You can I can self-refer for things. I can self-refer myself for therapy and things like that. But where I live, and I think I talked about this a couple of months ago, when I refer myself, it's job-related, right? When that's not something I know about, unfortunately. That's tough. Needs ID to get a job, but then to get ID needs a good doctor. And all doctors he has a shit according to him and can't give him the ID. And I'm sitting here saying, okay, so what you want to do? ID. To get ID, you need a good doctor. I'm like to sign for a passport. This is not my area of expertise, I'm afraid. I think doctors are on that list. I think you can get other people to do it though, possibly. This is not something I'm familiar with, unfortunately. They should just be able to sign a bit of paper. They should just be able to sign a bit of paper, though. Yeah. You'd have thought so. I don't know. Like I said, I don't want to say things. I don't want to assume things here. I don't know how that system works. It is a shame how people don't trust doctors. I remember last week, folks, for those who were here, when I talked about my great uncle who died. Uncle Phil. I saw a picture of him the other day, by the way, and I'd not seen him for about 22, 23 years. I saw a picture, my mum showed me a picture of him the other day, and it was just immediate. I was like, oh my god, I'm in the room with him again. Because he was so, I don't want to say unique looking, but like, it's a person that sticks with you. I don't know how to explain it. He looks like... This is going to mean... half of this will mean something to some of you. But he looks like my grandma if she was dressed like Snorbuckle. He had the sort of Snorbuckle hair and the facial hair. But facially looked like my grandma. I know it's a really funny image to have, but if I showed you a picture of him, you'd know exactly what I mean. But we don't know what he died of. We suspect it might have been pneumonia or something like that. But basically, he had a cough for months. He had a horrible cough for months and months and months, and he never went to a doctor about it because he said he didn't trust them. Because he said he'd just been failed by them so much before. And it's not just him, and it's not just Gaben's friend and stuff. Too many doctors don't give a shit. How old was he? He would have been 70... early mid-70s, I think. So 70... somewhere between 72 and 75, I can't quite remember. Younger than my grandma. But isn't that... it's just horrible. No trauma dumping, please, folks. That is horrible. I can't... I'm quite lucky that I... have my sort of mindset with these things is you get a lot of people, older people especially, that don't like going to the doctors because they think they're being a bit of a burden on like this. People talk about the straining healthcare services and stuff like that, and people go, I don't want an appointment unless I absolutely need it, and that sort of thing. My grandma's been like that. She doesn't like going for appointments unless she absolutely is like, she needs serious help. And that's making people so much more ill, you know. And I'm glad that I'm, for whatever reason, I've just always been like this, a bit more proactive. Elderly people need that care, absolutely, but they don't fit. They just feel like, because everyone goes on about the funding for it, and people. The issue is more with people that go and have an appointment for a GP when they've got a cold, because they think they need antibiotics or something like that. That's ridiculous. Obviously, we all know that. But then that sort of filters down into people who go, oh, it's just a cough, for example. And it's a cough that you've had for several weeks. Or like in my case, like I had a headache for several weeks. I should have gone to a doctor. I couldn't get an appointment in time. I could have got an emergency one, but I didn't feel like it was that necessary. I feel like the emergency appointment should be going to people for like acute things. Like sort of things that are a bit more serious than just like a low-grade headache over a course of a few weeks. So I'm happy to wait 3 or 4 weeks for an appointment. That's not an issue for me, but I'm just glad that I've always been someone that's been a bit more proactive with this sort of thing. When I had my sort of stomach issues, and I'd go to a doctor and they give me some medication, I'd go back. If I hadn't improved within 4 to 6 weeks, I'd go back and I go, look, this hasn't worked. And that's the only way that you've got to advocate for yourself. You've got to advocate for yourself in any healthcare system, but I think especially in the NHS and the universal healthcare system, I think you've got to do it more. Because first of all, a lot of doctors don't give a shit, but they're just going through the motions of it. You just got to be, first of all, lucky enough that you come across. I say lucky enough. I think, like I said, most doctors are actually quite good. It's just you come across, if you have a bad experience with one doctor, your entire trust of the whole system is just eroded, isn't it? And I understand that. Which is why I feel bad for people who, like I said, they lose trust in that sort of thing, and they don't feel like they can go for it. Get a second opinion. You know, there's that old phrase, get a second opinion. There's no shame in that. You can, if something's not right with you and you go to a doctor and they say it's nothing, if you've got instinct, you feel that's not right, get an appointment with a different doctor. Get a second opinion and see what they say. Because 2 doctors will do 2 things differently. Ruffles, welcome in, by the way, good to see you. Why should you wait? You are a cute thing. I'll leave right now, sorry, very good.
How droll.
That's nice.
How very droll.
Welcome to you. This has been such a long-winded answer, but I think it's a very sort of, I think it's a very complex question. It's like one of those questions that they ask on Question Time on the BBC. They go, are doctors trustworthy? And it's like, there's no yes or no answer to that. Some are, some aren't. And it's a bit sort of, you know, sometimes you get horrifically unlucky and get a doctor who's a bit shit. But you can see a different doctor. And hopefully that helps. Been finding it so hard this year to get medical stuff done. I might have endometriosis or PCOS. It's awful trying to get the doctor to do the right tests. I've read a lot about that sort of thing, Hutmaster, with people that have had doctors that just dismiss it. It must be so much worse for... Like I say this stuff, I say, look, I can advocate for myself and that sort of thing, and that's all well and good. But contextually also, I am a white man. And that means that, unfortunately, for some doctors, they will take me more seriously than other people. So I do apologise if what I'm saying is 172 bells. Shitting Laura. I do apologise if what I'm saying is coming across as a bit sort of privileged. I am sort of aware of that, but I can only speak from my experience, unfortunately, is the thing. But I do hope, Hutmaster, that you can get that sort of thing sorted, because like I said, I've heard about people having bad times with that sort of thing in terms of getting that recognised and getting it tested and diagnosed and whatnot. So I do hope that you can get some sort of respite in that at some point. I've turned the game down too far for me. Sell that. I wonder if you want to remind confused, it's some Portuguese and things work very differently, right? Do you have universal healthcare there then? I'm not overly. The only time you ever talk about we ever sort of hear about Portugal here in terms of a sort of political sense, or certainly in a healthcare sense, is the sort of drug policy. Gets brought up quite often here. But in terms of like, I don't really know much else, unfortunately. Oh, so many people that suffer from this. Lots in my family. It's been difficult for them. I really hope it goes smoothly for you. Absolutely. There's I'm not 100% sure if I know anyone in my family or that suffers from that sort of thing, but they might just not have told me. But it's a lot more common than most people think, from my understanding of it. It's a lot more common. But a lot of it just gets put down to sort of minimising it, which is you know, it's just the modern day version of doctors saying that women are hysterical sort of thing, isn't it? To be sort of quite blunt about it. It's the same sort of it's still exactly that. It's the same sort of misogyny. It absolutely is. And we've got to be very sort of proactive in identifying that and stamping it out and getting rid of that sort of medical complacency. And it's very easy to sort of go, if that's an issue, then why don't you just go and see a female doctor? But they can be guilty of it as well, can't they? Especially if they can, generally speaking, you'd imagine they'd be better at it as a whole. But you'll still get some that are very sort of complacent about that sort of thing. I've had my ID since I was born, for example, and to be frank, it's not like I'm in a very rough spot. Do generally gain a good sum of money for sitting down and doing nothing due to a disability check. But even people who don't have that privilege all have IDs. When we talk about IDs here, sorry, Gaben, are we talking about... Are we talking about they're trying to get citizenship? Or they are... they're trying to apply for universal credit? It's like welfare. Because if we're going down that route, that's something that I'm a little bit more... That's something that I've got a little bit more expertise in. Having been through a lot of that process myself. And like I said, thankfully, I got through that sort of thing relatively smoothly. Card with your name, picture, height, age. So we don't have like a universal... We don't really have a universal... We have passports, of course. We have passports, but do we have a universal citizen card? Do we have that? Lep or Tien or someone may be able to help me on this. Do we have that? Because I don't have anything like that. Don't think so. I know. Well, the thing is that the start, well, sort of in the last year or so, the government said they wanted to bring in some sort of digital ID thing, which would sort of act like that, but it wouldn't be a physical card; it would be a digital thing. But there was a big kick-off about that because everyone thought it was a bit sort of 1984-y or whatever, and so they've sort of allegedly abandoned that idea. 5,000 bells, by the way. So I don't know what's going on with that, first of all. But the only sort of ID that I've got is I've got a national insurance number. But that is just a number. There's no sort of, I've not got a card for it or anything like that. It's just a number that I remember. I've got a passport, which isn't mandatory. For a job. I'm just thinking of this in the context of it being a job. Looking for a job. Are they... Again, if you don't know the answer, so you don't want to reveal it, please don't feel like you need to. Are they... National insurance might be it. Are they a British citizen? Or have they... Are they from... Do you know them because they are from Portugal and they've moved to the UK? Have they moved from a different country? I'm getting my... Well, they're fully born in Britain. For a job. I'm just thinking, sorry. But by the way, I do like chatting about this sort of thing, actually. I think it's quite helpful. Even though it's a bit tough at times. Remember getting my photo taken in secondary school from an electoral card when I was 18. That was the first time I had any form of ID. Of course, it's Northern Ireland. I think we always need to show ID. So now here we've got... I think here you need to show ID to vote now, don't you? So you can use your passport, your driver license, but what you can do in the UK is you can apply, or in Great Britain at least, or possibly even just England and maybe Wales as well, I don't know, is I've got something called like an electoral... It's not a card. It's like a piece of paper, basically. You can apply for it for free. You can apply for it for free. And you basically just take that into them. And that acts as your sort of ID for it. Instead of having to pay 70, 80 quid for a passport or whatever. But I think you need ID to vote here now. Especially in the, sort of, I think the last maybe 2 elections we've had that. I forgot about that, actually. National insurance might be it. I don't know. It's difficult to say. If they're fully born in Britain, they will have a national insurance number. I don't know how they'd find that. I haven't got a clue. I don't mind getting a job. We're not talking about references or anything here, are we? Because that's something that I've had a bit of trouble with. Apparently you can get a reference from like a person of authority, which can be a doctor. But that's not anything to do with sort of ID, I don't think. God, I wish I could help more. It's hard to say. I'll give you a reference, maybe. Good stuff, Wisecrack. Welcome to my friend. How you doing? A bit of a serious chat, actually, here, Wisecrack. So maybe just take life seriously for once. Welcome into you, mate. I do hope you're well. We're talking to the Gaben Zone Wisecrack, who you gifted a sub to. Remember that? They came in and followed because they were lurking when I was playing Mario Kart. When I was having a chat with Leopard, which is nice. That's beautiful. It's lovely, isn't it? But we're having a discussion about Is it a biggie? No, it's a sea bass. It was Wisecrack, yes. It was Wisecrack who gifted you a sub in exchange for naming a Pokemon Blaza J or something like that. Like your fans had to say, I know. Someone's got to do it though. We're talking about Gaben's friend who is having some sort of issue relating to potentially IDs in terms of getting a job and doctors, and we're just trying to figure out what that link is because Gaben's not British. I don't know. I know you can get references from doctors if you're having a hard time getting references. You can get a reference from a doctor or a person of authority. I think is the sort of term for it. A very vague term. Just means to anyone sort of reputable. I imagine it's doctors, possibly teachers, and that sort of thing. You can also get them from. You can get them from old teachers. It depends on how old you are and stuff like that. I'd say that it'd be potentially difficult for me to get a reference from my old uni tutor now because I'm 29 and it's been 7 years since I last went to uni. Probably doesn't work there anymore. Which is sort of a little bit annoying for me. But I'm not sure, Gaben. In summary, I'm very sorry. But if it's anything to do with sort of IDs and getting a job, then when we're talking about doctors, I don't think we're talking about them potentially in a medical sense. I don't think. About the drug thing, it's funny you've been hearing about the drug consumption because we decriminalise drugs, not legalise and decriminalise them. It is the bane of my, well, not the bane of my existence necessarily, but it's a really annoying thing for me when people conflate those two things. We've had the Prime Minister of the UK claim that a party wants to legalise all drugs when actually they want to decriminalise them. And you'd think that a human rights lawyer turned Prime Minister would be able to understand the difference, which he does. He's just lying because he's a horrible, horrible man. And an idiot. So that's so stupid. People are just so daft, aren't they? Oh. People who should know better as well. I don't. The average sort of Joe on the, Big Baz in the pub or whatever, you can sort of excuse him not knowing the difference and being a bit thick about it, but not the fucking Prime Minister. You know? We've had a few people from Portugal in recently, just out of interest. Ever hold a story so creepy you get a cold chill right down to your bones? Big Baz has a master's degree, actually. Oh, fair enough then. You should know better. Friendly buddy. I played the game with the other day with a guy from Russia and a guy from China, and we had a bonding moment about disliking the people in charge of our countries. That's lovely. Nothing unites people more, Leopard. Nothing unites people more than that. I do like those kind of moments that you have where you actually realise that you've got more in common with an ordinary person from, and I'm going to say this in very big quotes because obviously it's nonsense, an enemy country. Me and you, Lep, we've got more in common with an ordinary person from Russia or China or anywhere like that than we do with Keir Starmer or anything like that. Absolutely. It's just a shame that a lot of people don't quite recognise that. Sure. You know, I'm going to rack my brains tonight, Gabe, in thinking about this. If anything comes to my mind, I might DM you about it. I know that may not be much for help, but because I don't want to give incorrect information either. But this sort of thing is something that I very much care about. I hate the way it's so difficult. I mean, first of all, the job market here is a fucking nightmare, which is something that I've talked about a lot, because I'm going through it right now. It is just hell. It's so bad, and people don't quite realise how bad it is. The last time I checked, and it's just going up and up, by the way. The last time I checked, there are, per job vacancy in the UK, there are 2.6 unemployed people looking for work. Now, when I say unemployed people looking for work, that is people who are unemployed just on the standard rate of universal credit, not receiving any sort of disability benefit or even the sort of limited capability for work thing, like I am. So people like me don't count in towards those statistics, even though we do want to work. So you're probably looking at least doubling that, or even possibly tripling it. So you're looking at every job vacancy in the UK, there's probably at least 5 unemployed people applying for that job, or looking at her job vacancy. It's just ridiculous. It is so... It is, honestly, it's just... I did make a net. It's just a humiliation ritual. And where we're at now in the UK with it, and I can tell you this for sure because it's something that I've experienced. I've been to a lot of sort of employment support, employment specialists and that sort of thing. You also wouldn't count for that, yeah. But there's a lot of people who are perhaps disabled or on disability benefits who are not able to work at all. But there are also some who do want to work or feel that they are able to work, and they don't even count towards that number that I said. I've been to a lot of employment specialists over the course of maybe the last year or so. The biggest bit of advice I've got from them is basically, because the job market is so bad, and they recognise that, by the way, because it's their job to recognise that, but essentially they just say you've got to look for volunteer opportunities or unpaid work. So what you've got now is millions of people who are all getting that advice, who are now looking to volunteer or do unpaid work, which has got to a point now where I've applied for unpaid roles or volunteer roles. They won't even call you back. They won't even email you back or anything like that. It's the same now for that as it was for maybe getting a paid job a few years back. There's charities out there who are getting so many applications for unpaid roles or volunteer roles that they just can't get back in touch with everyone. Aside from how sort of fucked that is, can you imagine how humiliating it is to apply for an unpaid role? First of all, that generally, when you need the money, first of all, you're just doing this as a stepping stone to getting a paid job. So can you imagine how humiliating it is to not only go through that process, but not even hear back from that process? You don't even get the courtesy of a rejection email for something that you're offering to do for free. It's properly awful. And not only is it just awful in terms of, Jesus, in terms of a sense of, you know, financial instability and that sort of thing, but it properly wrecks your head. Shit, I fucked it. Honestly, seriously, it completely wrecks me when that happens, and it has happened several times. It is so... I've never really talked about it before, but it's good a time as any to talk about it now because we're in the discussion of it. It is so unbelievably humiliating to not hear back about not even just one, but several unpaid jobs. If you're offering to do something for free and you don't even get the courtesy of them saying no to you, and you're just sat there for weeks going, are they going to get back to it? And you send them, by the way, a follow-up email and all that sort of thing, they still don't get back to you. Anyway, that's good, isn't it? Welcome in, Nervo and Aiden as well. Hope you're doing good. Who are revolting from God? Oh God, what hundo? In 2011, I remember the job centre linking me up for a starter. Rob with the bank turned up, had a 50-minute interview, and then was fobbed off for lack of experience. Not much changes. Oh, it's worse now. Oh, the job centre won't get you an interview now, Aiden. No chance. No chance. Because the companies that used to get jobs and stuff from, maybe companies don't need to look to the job centre in order to attract applicants now, because there's so few job vacancies compared to the amount of people unemployed that they know they don't need to do that. And there's also a perception from companies that people at the job centre are, because of all the stereotypes and stuff, there's a misconception that all the people that they could advertise to at the job centre aren't going to do a good job, or are just going to quit after a while, or are just lazy, or won't turn up or anything like that. It doesn't happen. I can tell you for real right now, the amount of times I've been to the job centre, not a single time have they said to me, oh, there's this job we've heard about, you should apply for that. Not once. What they do is they say, look at this jobs board. And it's a jobs board that's just available on Facebook or whatever. It's not like a one catered to them or anything like that. It's just like, have you looked on Indeed? Have you looked on wherever? They don't have any inside knowledge or connections or anything like that. They just don't. It's just not a thing that they do anymore. And so you're just pitting it out against everyone else. Fobbed off. I mean, I think I've talked about it before. The furthest I've got in the last 2 years in terms of finding somewhere is I applied to work at Channel 4. Have I talked about this? I might not have done. I applied to work at Channel 4 a couple of years ago. A bit less than a couple of years ago, actually. And I applied through the Disability Confidence Scheme, which basically means if you fit the basic criteria for the job, you are guaranteed an interview. That is the only interview I've had in the last 2 years. And as soon as I went into that interview, first of all, it was on Zoom, which is fine. I bought a suit with mostly my own money, but I managed to get a voucher as well for Run Naked Attraction, I wish. I managed to get a voucher there was a program that I was on at the time where they gave me like a £50 voucher to put towards a suit. But then you still have to spend a bit more. Suits aren't just 50 quid, you have to spend a bit more than that. So I spent a bit more than that on a suit for a Zoom call. The fella who was doing the interview turned up 10 minutes late, which is fine. That's fine. He then immediately took a look at me and said, this isn't actually an interview, it's more of an informal chat, despite the fact that I was told several times it was an interview. And then when he was asking me the questions and stuff, and I was answering the questions and stuff, he couldn't look less interested. He was fucking chewing his pen. He was obviously sat in like a meeting room on a laptop, and in the sort of final 10 minutes of the interview, he stopped me mid-answer. Oh, Jesus. He stopped me mid-answer because he said he needed to charge his laptop up. Why don't you fucking do that before the interview? Or before you actually called me up? And basically just fobbed me off. And I think about a day later, I got an email saying, we're not going on with you. Now, that might have been because I was shit at the interview, quite possibly. But at no point during that interview was I ever taken seriously. And I assume my assumption is that it's because they knew that I was on a disability confidence scheme. And they were just like, oh, we don't want to hire him. But not even legally, it's a thing that they sign up to look good. It's like a PR thing for them. It's not a legal requirement for them to do it. They do it so they look good. But I imagine that they basically just went, oh, he's applied through that scheme, so we'll just give him the courtesy of the interview, but we know we're not going to hire him. We're going to go for someone else. That's how it felt. But you're completely powerless to do anything about that. But the only way that I got that interview was applying through that scheme. If I hadn't applied for that scheme, I wouldn't even got that in the first place. It is just nothing but humiliation. People make the decision immediately before they even had the interview, yeah. And I'd fucking dress in a suit and everything like that, and the first thing he said is, this isn't an interview, it's more of an informal chat. I've still got the emails where it said it's an interview. With, his name is Alex Armstrong. Not Alexander Armstrong from Pointless. Though somehow he came across as more of a cunt than he is. And that's me forever locked out of getting a job at Channel 4. Probably forced to do screening sessions by someone higher up. Yeah. Absolutely. It was for the job was for digital. What was it called? No, not digital. Content ID. Content ID manager or something like that. Content ID assistant, which is basically, you know, on YouTube you've got the Content ID system. Digital. It's basically sorting through copyright claims for them, which I'm perfectly qualified to do because I've done that on YouTube before. But the other thing with that is that I would have been 27 when I had that interview. They could have hired someone who was 22 years old and paid them much less per hour than they would have paid me. So that's another thing, by the way. That's fucked. I think they've slightly closed that gap now. So I think it's 18 to 21, and then everyone over 21's got the same minimum wage. But for those who don't know, in the UK, not everyone has the same minimum wage. Younger people have a smaller minimum wage, a lower minimum wage. But it used to be a lot more bracketed. It was like 16 to 18 had one, then 18 to 21, then 21 to 25. And then I think they closed that to 23. And then I think they got rid of that band altogether. So it's everything just under 21 now. But the point still stands that I could apply for a job at Morrison's, for example, which I have done several times. And they won't hire me because they can hire someone 10 years younger than me and pay them 3/4 of what they paid me. And the other thing with that is that there's been a lot of sort of talk in the news about sort of a lot of young people not in work and stuff, and that's not good. A lot of defined as 18 to 24 is not in work, and there's a scheme to help them get into work by basically sort of slightly like giving companies a bonus for hiring people who've been out of work for over 6 months, which is sort of an idea that I had. I'm not saying they copied me. My idea was a lot more sort of radical, and I might talk about that in a bit. It's by the way, it's not like a fully costed idea or anything like that. It's an idea that I had. It might have a fundamental flaw that I've never thought of. But basically, that sort of scheme, all well and good. But as soon as someone turns 25, they are fucked because there is no support for anyone over 25. The day that scheme might work for you, but the day you hit your 25th birthday, that's it. You're on your own. And that's fucked. Anyway. I'm a programmer, right? Like, I finished 12th grade with a professional course in programming. I can tell you this, 8 out of 10 job applications for a job type require you to be a senior programmer. As in, you need to have past job experience. You see my issue? Exactly. Yeah. No, it's like that here. It's like that here. Entry-level jobs do not exist here anymore. Fundamentally, they'll call them entry-level, but they're not entry-level because you have to have previous experience. Which means, fundamentally, the only jobs that I can sort of apply for where previous experience could sort of count is anything like social media manager or stuff like that, because I've done social media management for my own stuff when I was doing this full-time a few years back. And even things like possibly video editing or that sort of thing. But aside from that, oh bollocks. Aside from that, I'm not really qualified to do anything. Right, where's the other shovel? There it is. Won't be hired as a little boffin psychic on Pointless. Yeah. London living wage is $14.80 since this month. I mean, I can't imagine what it's like. I don't know if it's any worse in London. I imagine it is fucking horrible in London. But I live in Yorkshire, where it is also bad. Certainly not $14.80. I don't even know. Do you know what? I don't even know what the minimum wage is anymore. The last time I checked, it was £10.44 or something like that. At some point, I just stopped giving a shit. Because no matter what job I can get, it will be. You can absolutely guarantee it'll be minimum wage. So I just accept it for what it is. Didn't mean to do that. Did mean to do that. £12 something now. See, that's all right. Like, but I dare say companies are using it as an excuse to hire less people, as if they need another excuse. Same thing with that national insurance tax they were talking about. They don't actually care about that. Big businesses don't care about that. Big businesses were Tesco were making thousands of people redundant way before that. Big companies they're always trying to trim the fat, because that's just what they do. They just want to make as much money as possible. And if they've got a handy excuse like, oh, tax rises or rising cost of fuel or something like that, oh, they'll take that excuse, because then it's people believe them, people buy it. No, they've done that anyway. They've come up with an excuse no matter what. Sometimes I feel like hanging out with at home and chatting with a good buddy. What do you think? Want to stop by? Sure. Alright, let's do it. Oh wait, am I actually racing him? Oh no, we're just in his house. I've never done this before. Never been invited round to someone's house. Thanks. Can I sleep? Nice. You can hear me rant about this. Unreliable work I found is through friends. This is it. Yeah, that's it. Been looking for a job at 6 months. It's grim. It's fucking horrible, horrible stuff. Horrible stuff. And the worst thing is, and I don't want to sort of scare you too much about it, trip you or anything like that, but the longer it goes on, the worse it gets as well. And it's worse for people over 25, like I've said. My very radical idea that it would never be done. There'd be some sort of, it would either cost way too much and I've not realised, or there's some sort of fundamental flaw. But in my opinion, the only way to encourage companies to hire people who've been out of work for a long period of time is to essentially have the government subsidise their wage for the first year or so. Or until the point when that company cannot sack that person for no reason. Because they have, in the UK at the moment, I don't know, I think they're changing it to 6 months, but basically if you get a job anywhere in the at least in, I keep saying the UK, it might just be England and Wales or something like that. Magic money trees. Well, I don't know how much it costs wise, but this is the only, I've thought about this so much. The only thing, this is the only way I can see this happening, is that if someone hires you, they can sack you within the first 2 years for anything, for no reason at all. They can just do it for any reason that they like, and that's perfectly legal for them to do that. I think they're changing that now to it's maybe 6 months or 9 months. I can't quite remember. I think it was meant to be immediately, but then businesses all kicked off because then they wouldn't be allowed to discriminate against people. So I think it's made 6 months now. But essentially, if a company were subsidized, if company basically got the first year's salary of someone who'd been out of work for 6 months or a year or whatever for free, that is the only reason a company would hire someone that's been out of work for that long, as opposed to just hiring someone that's maybe been out of work for a month or two and has more recent experience. There's no incentive whatsoever for a company to hire someone that's you're just basing it on pure goodwill. Like Timson's, is it Timson's? They hire a lot of people who've been in prison and stuff like that. They just do that because that's just the way that company's run. That's just their sort of ethos. They want to help people reintegrate back into society or whatever they say. He's got my little wrestler, by the way. But if for example, if I apply for a job now and I get to the final stage and it's down to me and one other person and we've got exactly the same experience, exactly the same skills, fundamentally identical in every way. Okay, I'll stay a bit longer. He hasn't even got a chair or anything like that. Then, but the difference between me and that other person is I've been out of work for 3 years and they've been out of work for 3 months. Obviously, they're going to hire the person that's been out of work for 3 months. There's no incentive to hire someone that's been out of work for longer than that. The only way to incentivize a capitalistic company to do something that will, that is a bit more of a risk, is to give them, or something that's perceived more as a risk, I should say, because it's not actually a risk, is it? Is to give them money for it so they make more money. That's the only way you can do it. And so that's what the government have sort of done, but they've sort of done like a one-off bonus of like a couple of £1,000 or something like that for the company. But that's really not going to, and that's only for people under 25 as well. The only way I can see it happening is if like wages are subsidized for until the point when they can no longer sack you for anything. So only until you've got those legal protections. As soon as you've got those legal protections, the subsidies stop. And maybe the company only gets that money at that point as well. Otherwise, they just hire someone, get the subsidy, and then immediately sack them. So maybe the company only gets that money once that sort of probation period's passed or something like that. I don't know. There may be problems with that, maybe sort of loopholes and stuff. I don't know, but that's... That's the only way I can see this happening. But no government's ever going to do that because it would cost so much money. I'd vote for you. Thank you very much, Wisecrack. And as much as I love the what old Polanski's doing, and I will vote Green in the next election coming up in a few weeks, I've not heard a single thing from them about how they'd solve this problem. And it's a very selfish thing for me to sort of... I feel very selfish asking about that because it's something that affects me, but at the same time, someone's got to advocate for people like me, because it won't just be, there'll be millions of people like me. Ever been tempted to get into politics? Genuine question, if you need that clarified. Wisecrack. Yes, but immediately I would discount that idea, and I'll tell you why. People care about what I'd have done previously. What have I done? That is immediately most people are going to discount me from anything because I've not done anything. I've not worked I've not worked in retail or anything like that. I did fucking live streaming for a few years, and then I've been unemployed ever since. No one's. Some people, Wisecrack, you might, and a few of you would maybe do that sort of thing because some people see beyond that sort of thing. But in the sort of horrible Saw-like game of British politics, that's an immediate killer, isn't it? So, unfortunately, I don't think I could be effective in terms of actually being like a councillor or an MP or anything like that. I could work for a political party. I could do that sort of job, but I couldn't. And I can be an activist or whatever, but I couldn't be a politician. I don't think. I just think it's not built for people like me. Because people love to dig back into history. They do it with Zach Polanski and all that sort of thing with the hypnotism thing, which isn't the best thing in the world, I should say. It is a bit weird. I have talked about this before. 10 years ago, he was doing some straight like hypnotherapy stuff, which is a bit, I'm not into that sort of thing. But if we're looking at what the other politicians were doing in the last 10 years, at least, obviously we've had Labour and Conservatives in power. They've been fucking shit. 10 years ago, Nigel Farage was convincing the country to undergo the biggest act of self-harm since electing Thatcher. And so you give me a choice between him and someone who did a bit of weird hypnotherapy or whatever, of course I'm going to pick the weird hypnotherapy guy. Aside from all the other reasons, because obviously I'm never going to vote Reform or anything like that. But people care about what people used to do, unfortunately. They don't care about... Well, they do care about now, obviously, but they also care about what people were like back then. Right, hang on a second. Let me just play this game for a second. I'll explain the rules now. I have 9 cards, the numbers 1 through 9 are written on them. It's the 8. Personal factoid, 8 is exactly 1,000 times less than the number of push-ups I can do in an afternoon. Oh, okay. Higher or lower? It's like a bloody Bruce Forsyth. Higher or lower than 8? It's very hard to get elected as an independent in the UK. You need to be a well-known community person, yeah. I was talking recently about one of the Green Party councillors here, or someone that's running for councillor. I think he's also run as an MP once. I don't know what he does for his actual job. I think he's a teacher or something like that. But in his spare time as a volunteer, he goes around. There's a lot of old people where I live. He goes around all the old people's houses for free. He's got like all this equipment. And he does all these tests in the house to see if they're losing like heat anywhere and stuff like that. So the people know where they can sort of fix things, so they're saving energy and that sort of thing. That's lovely, isn't it? That's fantastic. I love that sort of thing. It is going to be smaller. Small. Plain Paperboy Club. Thank you very much. My in-laws think Polanski's a Nazi, which is so... Do you know what? Remember when the Greens won in Gorton and Denton or whatever it was called? And people were going on about... the right-wingers were going on about... all the sort of... all the Muslims were convincing each other to vote, or pressuring each other into voting Green or something like that. And you just think, for ages, the criticism against these people from like right-wingers who want to sort of convince left-wingers that Muslims are bad or whatever is that they're homophobic and anti-Semitic and stuff like that. So why would they all be convincing each other to vote for a party that's led by a gay Jewish man? I mean, we all know the answer to this. It's because they've got no consistency and they don't need to be. They don't need to be consistent. KK ragtime. Nice. Swiss and Scheichel's root beer rag. Bit politicky today. What prompted this? We had a question possibly about an hour and a half ago from someone who was asking about their friend was having trouble. We never really got to the bottom of it because the person that asked this is not British, so they didn't really know how it worked. But they had a British friend who was having trouble getting a job, and then they needed something from a doctor's to do with an ID or something like that. If anyone knows anything about this, by the way, please do pipe up. I don't know if Gaben's still here. But I'd love it if we got to the bottom of this, because I do find it quite interesting. But they were having some sort of issue. And the question I was asked is basically, what are British doctors like? Can they be trusted and that sort of thing? And then it sort of just went from there. You talked about the NHS and all that sort of thing. And nothing awful was said, which is nice at the end of the day. I mean, it's just sort of gone from that, and then we went from that to talking about the job market, and it's just gone from one thing to another, and it's probably lasted about an hour. Hello Esme, good morning, welcome in. I want to ask them who they think owns the paper they've been reading that in and what they would gain from making people think that. You can't make people's heads explode like that, though. It's not fair. It's not fair on them. It's just not fair on them, is it? I'm gonna give Celia this rug because it's sort of her colours. It's like yellow and green, so she can have that. And in return, I've got a plover cardigan. That's nice. I think that's nice. Not really, actually. It looks awful. Really, really awful, actually. God, there must be some strange foreign magic. Yeah. Yeah. Good talk, that. like Polanski, the awful coward. Please no. Oh, good chat though. Good chat. Nice to get that sort of thing off my chest. I am going to get rid of... No, am I going to get rid of that plain paperboy cap? Probably not, actually. No, I'll keep it. I'll give those stuff to people. I made my gran upset last Saturday by systematically dismantling everything she believed in. That's nice. I'm so glad that my family's largely sort of normal. In that sense. I say normal... as in there's no weird sort of right-wing freaks that I'm aware of. They sort of range from vaguely not clued in to just generally sort of left-leaning, I would say. Which is nice. Even my grandma, bless her. She's all right. I don't think she'd vote Green or anything like that. I think she lives in York. I think they're sort of a Lib Dem run council, but I think she's just sort of, she usually votes Lib Dem. But that's for a 78-year-old woman, 79-year-old woman. It's fine, isn't it? Getting the fucking alternative. The alternative, I'd say, but she's also someone who is very much sort of votes people based on like local policy as opposed to national policy. She looks at sort of who does the most for the community, like, you know, when people do that in council elections and stuff like that. She's just like that generally. A bit old school, I suppose, which is fine. Did I tell you I got a leaflet from... Oh, I did, didn't I? We got a leaflet from... So we got a leaflet from the Greens through the door a few days ago. This was the start of this week, I think. And it was a big A4 leaflet, and you open it up and there's loads of detail in there about what the candidates are, what they've done and what they believe in and what they'll do for the local community and all that sort of thing. And you think, beautiful stuff. Even if you don't agree with it, it's nice to have that sort of detail about what they do locally, as opposed to it being sort of a bit vague. Compare that with the reform leaflet that we got a few days ago, which was basically, it had a 5-point plan on it, and it ranged from vague things like putting British people first to I think one of them was stopping small boats. Now I don't want to dox myself too much, but I live in the middle of West Yorkshire. I don't think there's anything a council leader can do in Bradford about small boats, because there's certainly not coming any coming down the canal or anything like that. And then on the back there was a little bit about the 3 candidates who are all basically the same old white man. And you just think, they have nothing. They have no actual policy. You can't even credit that to them. You could even credit the Conservatives and say they have policy. Whether it's shit or not is a different question. Reform don't even have that. They just have slogans and that's it. And yet people will still vote for them. Ugh. Oh dear. They blocked Bradford decades ago. Problem solved. It's just... I think of the 5 sort of 5-point plans, if you were being really generous, I think there was 2 of them that they could actually sort of enact as councillors. And one of them, and I was saying being very generous indeed, one of them was reduce the cost of living. And you could argue that they do that through potentially reducing council tax and that sort of thing. But every reform council that exists has said that, and then they've all raised council tax. So if you're being really kind to them, you can't be really kind to them, because they're sort of proven liars like that, aside from everything else that they fucking lied about. And then the other one, the only other one that was sort of vaguely sort of local related was vague, and I assume they had that. It's like keep the local area tidy or something like that, and it's pick up fucking litter then. need to run for a counsellor to do that, do you? Fucking dickhead. I also note that they didn't even knock on the door. They just posted the letter through the door, the leaflet through the door, and that was it. One of my grandmothers was powerfully racist, which was fun. Don't know about the other. She seemed alright. You got to. Sometimes it's better not to know properly, isn't it? Sometimes it's better not to know, because you can get people who are sort of vaguely kind of progressive in the terms of the politics, but they can have some prejudices and blind spots and that sort of thing. But sometimes, I mean, if you don't know them anymore, if they're dead or whatever. Brazen D's nuts. Oh, it's a shame, Trippy. No, I'll let Trippy off, actually. I'll let Trippy off on that. I think it says Nerdmo said so as the reason for it as well. That's a shame. 14 minutes. Thank you for the 3-stream streak, Trippy, by the way. And, I should probably do that, shouldn't I? How do I untime you out now? Is it unban? Unban? Move timeout. There we go. I need to sort out I was using Castalab's chat, so I've not been able to see a lot of the things. I need to fix that. That should be better. Do the crime, do the time. Yeah, maybe. Wisecrack's gone. Wisecrack's gone. Wisecrack, thank you for the 10-stream streak, by the way. I missed that. Thank you very much. Thank you very much indeed. Ah, good stuff. We do have a laugh. It's an absolute bloodbath this morning. I'm just here catching butterflies. What did I do that isn't allowed? You said D's nuts. Nerdmo kept making D's nuts jokes the other day, and it was annoying me. And so Esme's been timed out. See you later, Esme. I'm really tempted to just leave that one for a laugh, but it feels a bit... I say it feels a little problematic, so I'll undo that swiftly. Can't just be untiming out the men, can we? You can't be doing that. Thank you. No problem. No problem. Oh dear. Have a cold shower. I'm feeling alright, folks, compared to the fact that I had 3.5 hours sleep last night. I'm actually feeling okay. I don't know if I'm going to have a sudden crash at some point in the next couple of hours. Undo the timeouts for the lads, yeah. Oh, lovely, yeah. I'm feeling alright. I'm weird. Which woman I've missed, Law? Esme. Esme also got timed out for the same thing, and I was tempted to keep it. I did try the magnesium. We're sort of hypothesizing that the magnesium's temporarily making it a lot worse. Because the last 3 nights I've tried magnesium. I've tried the full dose. I tried the full dose, which is 2 tablets. In the last 3 nights. I started off just having 1 for a while. The last 3 nights I've had 2, and I've fallen asleep at about 3:30, 1, and then it was 4 o'clock this morning that I finally got to sleep. So we are sort of wondering if maybe my body's adjusting to it, something like that. Magnesium glycinate it was. From HealthSpan. Not sponsored. Certainly wouldn't get sponsored by them because it might not fucking work. But we're wondering if it is a case of maybe my body's getting used to it, or for some people apparently magnesium glycinate can just make it worse for a minority of people. But apparently with that, it's that it makes you sort of a bit wired. Whereas I'm not feeling wired, I'm just feeling tired but can't actually get to sleep. Maybe it's just that I'm having a really bad bout of insomnia. It might just be that. Have I tried yoga? I haven't tried yoga, no. Maybe I need to try that. I need the space, really, to try that, in all honesty. Certainly not in this room. Maybe I should give that a go at some point. Maybe the Mario Kart. Magnesium made me feel wired and weird. I think it also depends on the type of magnesium that you get. Some sort of allegedly work better than others. I bloody hope it's not the magnesium, because like I said, I have bought 6 months worth of it. I've not tried heroin though. Oh no, not yet. That's the last resort, I think. It's the last resort. Maybe the Mario Kart. But the Mario Kart was on Wednesday. I slept. That was the best night's sleep I've had probably in about 2 weeks. On Wednesday. The two bad ones that I've had were yesterday and Tuesday when I didn't play any Mario Kart. Can do it in bed. I'm a great believer in WED. I'm going to make a note of this. Yoga Nidra. Oh, weed. Right. Yogic sleeps. Guided meditation technique. Ah. It might work. The thing is, when I lay down, I get restless legs, which is half the problem. It's maybe not even half the problem. It's probably about 85% of the problem. I'll see. I'll give it a go. Maybe it's not. Maybe it's a thing that you have to continuously do. I do think as well, as it gets nice and sort of lighter outside, I'm going to do some more longer walks, do some Pokemon Go. There's a park near me that's about a 10-minute walk away that I very rarely go to because it's sort of, there's nothing around there. I've always said that I hate walking somewhere with no purpose. I hate walking to a place where there's nothing and then going, right, I've walked here, now I'm going to walk back. I just can't do it. I need to walk with a purpose. But Pokemon Go, let me just double check. There's a park nearby that's not big. Apparently if you do the sort of perimeter of it, it's about 1 kilometre. And it's about a 10-minute walk away. But in it, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 Pokestops in the park or around the park. You can probably get them all by going around the park and catching a cutie fly. So I'm going to do that. Once it starts getting a bit nice, a bit miserable today, but maybe sort of starting next week, and I can go out in a t-shirt and stuff. I might start doing that. I think can only be good for you, can't it? But the thing is that I've tried exercise as well, and quite often, in fact most of the time, even exercise like walking for like 90 minutes or 2 hours a day, it just makes my restless legs worse because they sort of ache at the same time. And maybe it's just a case you got to get used to it. But I just hate the idea of having a prolonged period of time where I can't sleep. Even if it's like I know that in a week or two it'll be better. I need that immediate sort of recovery because I woke up this morning and I went to the freezer to take some food out for my dinner. And I boiled the kettle as well before I did this. And it was only the kettle finally boiling that I'd realised that I was stood in front of the freezer for 3 minutes singing Riders on the Storm. Riders on the Storm. I thought I'd been there about 10 seconds. It must have been like 3 minutes because that's how long it takes the kettle to boil. And I'd not realised, and that's how tired I was this morning. It was just that I hate that. I know it's funny. I know it's funny that I do that, and I do other stupid things when I'm tired. Like I've done it before where I've taken milk out of my coffee and then I've tried to put the milk carton in the bin instead of putting it back in the fridge, and I mix up all the cupboards and stuff like that. It is funny to think about, but at the same time, I just hate that sort of. I hate feeling cognitively fucked up, so to speak. I just don't like it. I get quite sort of scared about it. I don't like having that lack of clarity. Cereal in the freezer, yeah, that sort of thing. Cereal in the fridge is one that I've done a fair few times when I used to have cereal. Or put the instant coffee jar in the fridge. That sort of thing. It's funny in a sitcom, not nice happening IRL, exactly. And it's a funny story to tell. But, you know, it's a bit sort of... After 10 years... Sorry, I've missed loads of chat here. I do apologise. There's a guy in my Instagram DMs who's simply talking to himself and he's just asked what colour are your shoes. Bro is desperate. That's lovely. That's lovely. Please don't have like Finster. Like, I've not heard the term Finster in years. Can't believe it. About 10 years ago, I joined the local Pogo Facebook group for attending raids and stuff. I went to one that was nearby and quickly decided that they were simply too dorky to tolerate and never saw them again. This is what I'm slightly worried about. I'm slightly worried about coming across someone that's also playing Pokemon Go. I should also point out that several of the Pokestops nearby to me are all in playgrounds, and I don't feel comfortable going to those by myself. I don't mean that as like I need my mum with me or anything like that. I just don't think it's good to sort of have your phone out like that and go like that while you're at a playground as a 29-year-old man by yourself. Yeah, I don't think I'd do any sort of local Pokemon Go groups. It's just like you said, Tiana. As much as I am very much the same as all those people, I have that sort of air of shame about it, and therefore I am actually above them in the sort of hierarchy, I suppose. It'd be great if you joined though and that became like the leader of the Pokemon Go group and it turned into like a sort of cult kind of thing. Oh, that'd be good, that, wouldn't it? I should do that. That'd be good. That'd be nice. Try that. I like cognitive fucking up, but I get paranoid really bad. Right. I had a horrible... I think I talked about I had a horrible time with the CBD gummies. I was just anxious every day for about 2 months. I hated it. And the day I stopped taking them, I was better. So that there must have just been something in them or something. I don't know. That just... Either something in them was causing it or something in them was like interacting with a medication or something, because I think that's potentially a thing. I don't know. It's hard to say, isn't it? One of my friends once started saying every single thing I was feeling after I whited smoking one time, and I just had to sit very still and very quiet for the rest of the night to not lose my mind and start crying, and that's why I don't smoke around people often. No trauma dumping, please. That is a lovely story, though. Also thought I lost my phone in Cardiff and had to go devastatingly quiet. With Trippy and Lils, it was in my coat pocket the whole time. I had a moment last year where I was out and about, and the thing is, my body is very much like what's the word? My sort of logical brain can be like, this is fine, but I can't get my body to... I can't convince my body that it's all to the same. So I'll still get, like, anxiety about stuff. I had it when... I fell ill while I was out a few months ago in Leeds. And since then, my body's sort of gone into like anxiety mode whenever I go into Leeds, because it's worried that that's going to happen again. I'm like, it's not going to happen again, because that happened once in like 29 years of me doing it. But I can't like convince it. Do you know what I mean? What have I done today, by the way? It's 12 o'clock. I've done fuck all. Your avatar looks like present day Eminem. Someone else, was it Leopard, said that yesterday, and I thought he was talking about me in real life. Maybe that is true then. Maybe that is true. Maybe I do look like Eminem. Corn Exchange. I didn't go to the Corn Exchange, no. Corn Exchange is not what it once was, I'm afraid. I find it a bit sort of naff in there now. A lot of the sort of independent shops that are in there that are quite good are no longer there. It's a bit sort of... Used to be a huge hangout place for all the like the emos and so on. The goths. You just don't get them anymore. It is naff, yeah. The wheat storage, as Leopard would call it. Yeah, oh, turnip prices. I assume they've gone down a little bit. 176, they've just gone up slightly. That's got to be the peak then. Yeah. So tomorrow they'll go down. Yeah, okay, fair enough. Fair enough. Well, there you go. So they're peaking at 176 then. So that's the highest. That's the highest they're going to be. But I've not got any, so... I sold them all at yogurts yesterday for 311. Move out of the way. Do the items in each shop change every day? In the clothes shop, if you go into the changing room, do they change every day or is it every week? The goths have left the wheat storage, been sold out. Yeah, it's a shame. Let's go back in here. Do, 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 do. Here we go. Yes, please. I'd love a white cap. Oh, they are different. Athletic jacket. Sushi chef's outfit. That's nice. Get one of them. Use it as a dressing gown. Ooh, pleather shorts. Got some samurai hakamas. They've moved to Granary Wharf. I'll tell you something. Something that I didn't realise. I've lived in and around Leeds my whole life. Something I didn't realise until last year. I would love a nice hat. Get some socks as well. Some nice socks. Shit, I didn't mean to press that. When I was in Leeds last year, I used to go into Leeds every week because I had therapy near the Royal Armouries. Now I never really, when I go into Leeds, I tend to do shopping, which is sort of north of the river. South of the river tends to be a bit more sort of offices and flats and stuff. There's not too much there. There's some places, I can't remember, is it Granary Wharf? I can't remember if it's Granary Wharf or not. There are certain places when you walk down from the train station to the Royal Armouries that are so nice and quiet to walk through despite them being in the city centre. That I couldn't believe that I'd not done it before. It was lovely. Used to have a really good time with it. Was it Granary Wharf? Where am I? It is one of the wharfs. It was one of the wharfs. Is it Granary Wharf? Oh no, that's not. That is sort of near it though. The one I'm thinking of is not Granary Wharf. What's it fucking called? Brewery Wharf. Brewery Wharf is what I'm thinking of. Should I get a map up? I'll show you what I'm talking about. Let's see if anyone gives a shit about this. See if anyone gives a shit about this. Right, hang on. Have I got a Firefox tab? Yes, I have. There you go. So, just making sure I've not got my postcode on here or anything like that. No, good stuff. There's a train station. Granary Wharf's here, which is, it is nice. It is nice there. It's very sort of... it's quite quiet there as well. Some nice little cafes and that sort of thing. Probably not the best spot to do a street view thing for it just there. But But I'm talking about Brewery Wharf, which is sort of down this way. So you can go down. There's no street view down it, but you go down. You go down this little road here, and it's just like you just go through it. It's just offices and stuff. But there's loads of benches down this little road here. It was lovely just to sit there and just have a coffee when it was like 28 degrees out. Because I was going down to sort of down this place. But a lot of this stuff's being worked on. There's a load of houses and flats and stuff being built. So it's a bit of a... I don't like walking along. You can just walk along the main road, but it's a bit fucking grim doing that because it's just that. It's just not particularly interesting. There's a big building. Looks like a Dalek, by the way. So you can sort of go through these sort of little... You can go... I love this little bridge here. Go across this little bridge and then take a left down here. And then not that way. And you can sort of go through that way or you can go straight on. And it's just lovely, these little sort of back streets that you never really sort of... You never tend to sort of go through them. And then Brewery Wharf sort of in there as well. And they're so quiet at all times of the day. You very rarely come across other people. You can see how, well, you could see it before I got rid of the source, but you can, very few people sort of walk along them compared to other bits in Leeds that are a bit sort of hectic. And it's really nice to just go out of the busy train station at 10 o'clock. And have a nice sort of pleasant time. There's a little Cafe Nero down there where you can just get a little £1 coffee with your little voucher. And then sit down and have a little strawberry froppy or whatever. Backstreet's back. Yeah, good stuff. My other half walked in and said I knew that's what he meant there. The Tetleys, there's at least two of us who care. I've only ever been down there once for a work conference. It is nice and it's so quiet down there. It is on a sunny day. It's so nice. I always forget the Tetleys is down there. That's becoming something else now. I can't remember what they're doing with it, but they are doing something with it. I don't think, is it turning into an art gallery or something like that? I have Orange Trees Rogue. Welcome in. Yes. Hello. How are you doing? I do have Orange Trees. I'm very happy that I've got the Orange Trees, actually. I think I had... Is it peaches on my old island, which are fine. But I'm glad I got a different one this time around. Let's put... Ooh. Got that there. That's nice, isn't it? Is it meant to be that way round? I dare say it's not. Dare say it's not, is it? I'm not good at the house decorating in this. You still can't find orange trees? Really? I think... So actually, when I started this island, which was only a couple of weeks ago, this is actually my second time starting the island because first time round I fucked up. I accidentally... I can't remember, I quit out of it for some reason and then I realised I had to start from scratch. But weirdly enough, both times I had orange islands. I don't know if it's just lucky chance or if it's based on... Surely it's not based on like the Switch that you've got or like your console name or something like that. It must just be luck, mustn't it? It's not that much of a... God, fuck, I'm so sorry. I'm running on 3.5 hours of sleep here. It's starting to get to me a little bit. That's a nice jacket. Not for me, though. Not for me, I'm afraid. It's not a nice jacket for me. What's this paperboy cap? No. No. Right, that's getting sold. I'd love to give both of them to Stu. KK Ragtime. Put that away. Chalkboard. One of my friends managed to get potato plants. I bought... seed potatoes, is that it? I got them from... what's his name? Is it Leaf? I'm just starting to get back into this game after not playing it for 5 years. Yeah, I got them off Leaf. I'd never seen them before. They must be, I was going to say new, but what I mean by that is something that they released in the last 4 years, 4.5 years. Don't need a chalkboard, do I really? That'll get sold. I need the money. Oh, I'll give the spice rack to someone actually. Shooting this, isn't it? I haven't seen them before.
Are you nice?
Have you? Thank you very much for the follow, Rogue. Can I call you Rogue? Is that it? Is that all right? I'm sorry that I've assumed that. Rogueing. I've just shortened your name, and I apologise for that. Are you sort of getting back into Rogue? Is great, lovely stuff. Thanks for letting me know. Are you just getting back into Animal Crossing as well then? You're the second person that's come in recently that's sort of just if so, has just got back into it. I wonder if there's a bit of a sort of comeback on the cards for people who haven't got Pokopia yet, I imagine. Took a long break. Interesting. I've not played it for years because I didn't have a Switch 2 for a long time. Or a Switch for a long time even, but I've got a Switch 2 last week. So that's why I'm back on it. Right, what am I doing? Denim cut-offs, wearing them. That can go away. These are gifts. No, I want to wear the white socks. The white socks. I'll keep the black socks though. And then we'll sell them. Also, fellow Brit, lovely stuff. I do apologise. For your circumstances of being British and mine. That's the button. I had to look at that. I felt so old when I just did that. Just looked at my controller to find out what button I needed to press. I'm old. Good that I had to take a call immediately after revealing the vulnerable secret of me being a Pogo Facebook group. Larry Leopard's feedback was noted. I can't remember what he said. I said, I've thought about joining these groups. I said it'd be a good idea, Tian, if you joined one of them, but then like sort of so stupid. Like if you just sort of asserted yourself as the quote unquote like alpha, and then just immediately like commandeered your leadership, the leadership. That'd be good. That'd be good. Immediately tried to become the leader. Yeah. Hello, Jorge. Welcome in. By the way, I hope you're doing good, my friend. Good to see you. Cheggers. I always forget I've got Cheggers there. Are you familiar with Cheggers then as a Brit? I don't know sort of how famous he is in Britain these days. Maybe amongst an older audience, sure. Get to experience the EES system at Krakow Airport next week with my lovely blue passport. I've heard unfortunate things about that. It's been a bit of a nightmare so far, unfortunately. Scott Cheggers, that's good. Bantering with all as if we've known each other for years, nicknames, a lot. Oh, God. I've said it before. I was thinking about it this morning, actually, about that person that was in the stream the other day that we eventually banned because he insulted Seb after like 10 minutes of being in here. That must be my biggest sort of pet peeve on Twitch, when someone comes in and acts like they've known you for years, and like, no, you can't just insult people for jokes if you've known them for 10 minutes. You can't do that. Is he flaking on us again, is it? That sort of stuff would be good. He's not Welsh. Oh dear. See you, Chuck. Good grief. I dare say my Scylla Black emote is better. Just want to put that out there. Do we need 2 fountains here? Probably not. Let's sell one of them. I dare say my Scylla Black emote is a little bit better. Feel free to disagree with me though. But there you go. That is a better emote, isn't it? It is a bits reward though, unfortunately. How many bits? Oh, 1k. The smallest one then. But yeah, I was thinking about that fella this morning, the one who came in and I don't get it. You get it? It's like bloody. It's the lads, isn't it? It's the lads. They come in and they see me. I don't know what it is. I don't know what it is. I wonder if it is a thing where they see me and they go, maybe subconsciously, they will consciously think this, but maybe they just sort of think, oh, he's a white man. He'll automatically sort of be okay with me calling people inbred and horrible stuff. Oh, he'll be okay with me being a bit sort of fucking horrible, despite the fact that I've only been in here for 10 minutes. Lads, etc. Esme, thank you for the 165 bits. Why did that not do a... Did that do a notification? Did that do a pop-up? Got robbed by the bits alert. Wisecrank gifted a sub recently and it didn't work. I'd love to figure out what's going on there. That won't do an alert. Thank you very much, though, Nightlights. That is the worst thing about being a white man, folks, is that other white men will see you as a white man and then go, oh, it's okay, I can be a bit of a dick around him because he's also a white man. It's the very worst thing. What on earth is that, Esme? Pin that. Ha ha ha, pig emoji at ta semicolon. Right, let's see if we can get these alerts sorted then. So, do a test bit alert. It was 100. Was it 165 bits you did as well? No. Send test.
So you're
alert.
telling me there's a chance?
That's worked. Has it come up in my sort of... It did shed 165 bits. I think she's elbow dropped a keyboard trying to at me. Right, let's get this sorted, because Wisecrack, I don't understand. I'm using the Twitch alert system, which you'd imagine would be the sort of best. What if I turn it down to... Oh. Is the Switch 2 worth it? It depends what you're going to play, I would say. I got a discount on it. So I saved like 60 quid on it, because my sister, God bless her, she works at a shop that she gets a discount in. I would only say it's worth it if you've got maybe 4 or 5 games that you could play. So I'd already had Animal Crossing on the Switch. I paid like £4 for the upgrade for the Switch 2 version, which is definitely worth it, because £4 is £4. You get better textures and stuff like that. I also got Mario Kart with it. I already had Pokemon Scarlet, which I'd not really played, and I also got Pokemon Shield, which are both Switch games, but the Pokemon Scarlet you can upgrade it to the Switch 2 version for free. Again, it's like better textures and whatnot. Pokopia is also meant to be really good, and I would have that if I hadn't already spent loads of money this month. And also Tomodachi Life is meant to be good. So if you like those games, if you like sort of Pokopia, Tomodachi Life, those sort of little bit sort of Animal Crossing type games, I'd say it is worth it, yeah. I'd say now it's worth it. Maybe not at launch, it wasn't worth it, because there's only a couple of games at that point, wasn't there? But now you've got Pokopia, and you can also play your Switch games on there, for the most part. I think there's some that maybe don't quite work as well, you might have to look that up, but Animal Crossing works just fine, for example. It is. I'd say it's probably worth it now. I had a hard time finding, I don't know if they're just briefly out of stock, but I was going to get the one that came with Mario Kart World. Like the Switch 2 Mario Kart World bundle, but it's sold out. I don't know if there's like a Switch 2 like Pocopia bundle or something like that. That might be worth it, maybe. I don't know. Switch 2 console with Pocopia, yeah, I don't know. Might be cheaper just buy them separately, I'm not sure. But yeah, I think now a year down the line, I'd say it's probably worth it. It's a very good little console as well. This, I don't know if you've seen this little sort of feature in the sort of Switch 2 version. I said sort of there, I didn't mean that. But in the Switch 2 version, there's a megaphone where you hold it and then you go, Audi! She's not nearby. Flo! Not nearby. Flo! What are my other villagers called? Celia? No, Celia! There you go. And it tells you where they are. You can go over to them. That's a great little feature. There she is. That's the best. That's worth £4 in itself, I would say. Can't believe I thought I was being slick saying it's microphone activated. It is, yeah. It is your microphone in your Switch 2. Though I was going Celia. It turns out the microphone's actually in the Switch 2 itself, in the console, not in the controller, which is fair enough. Pocopia, that's something quite possibly. No, yeah, maybe. Yeah, and you can transfer your Animal Crossing island over to your Switch 2 as well, so you can keep your island if you want to. So bored. Sorry about that. If I'd have known you there, I wouldn't have yelled. There's nothing happening. Wish we had an arcade or something on this island. Treasure hunt? Sure. Hello, Amy. Welcome back. How you doing? Hope you're well. Right, okay. I like these little games. I forgot about this sort of thing. Food outside. Okay. Yeah. 6 minutes. I forgot about these little games and stuff you could do. I love this sort of thing. Love this sort of thing. Right, let's systematically comb the island then, shall we? Oops. The only thing I'd say about the Switch 2 version that I don't like, it's not that I don't like it, it's just that they've not changed it from the Switch 1 version. It's still 30 FPS, which means when I run around like this on a big screen, it is, I get a little bit of eye strain. There it is. Bang. How long was that? 38 seconds. 38 seconds. What game? Bang. Not bad, get that treasure back here so I can crack it open, char. It'd be something good. Don't be some weird kid's uniform or something that you keep giving me. A wizard's cap. Sure, I'll take it. And good, thanks. Ready for a long day of terraforming. Enjoy. I spent so long. That's nice. I spent so long on my first island terraforming it. I think they added... Did they add something later on to make it a little bit easier? Or a little bit faster? I remember it took me days to terraform my island the way I wanted to. It took so long. I ended up getting sick of it. I don't know how much I'm going to terraform this island. It's a new feature added with the latest update. Right. I did find these designs, by the way. We were talking about paths yesterday, weren't we? And I was saying I don't want like sort of paved paths or anything like that. I found some custom designs of like these like dirt paths. So I'm gonna eventually, when I get around to it, I'm gonna use these. It's gonna take ages to like lay them all down. There's got to be a quicker way, surely. But I'm gonna do them like that because those sort of paths look so much. To me, they look so much better than. I don't wear it. Than like the paved paths, you know. Just takes a while to put them all down, doesn't it? But if you use them sparsely and if you did it for like several hours, you'd probably get it all done, wouldn't you? But look at that, doesn't that look so nice? It's just like a little sort of dirt path. But I'm gonna have these like winding, you know, into the shop and then winding down here along here. We'll put like bushes and trees and stuff in the way. We'll make it quite sort of like built up sort of woodland kind of thing, I was thinking. I'm saying all this knowing me, I'll probably play this for about 2 more days and then get sick of it. I'll tell you what happened yesterday, by the way, which I completely forgot about, and I'll save the video of it. One of the villagers started singing for a laugh. I forgot this was a thing. Just forgot that was a thing. I thought it was quite sweet. That is the oh shit, I'm in the way actually. Hang on. This is the design code thing for the person that's made the designs. By the way, if anyone's interested, it's MA948819722446. They got loads of different designs. It was really good. And this is what it looked like on this. I went to an island, a dream island, yesterday, and this is what their paths look like. This sort of little dirt path thing. Really nice. I want my island to sort of look like this in the future, I think. With these sort of... We can do like little desire paths and stuff as well. Around the place. And then these are some of the songs that I made. So that's my current island tune, which is based on a song called Pliocene by Haruomi Hosono. If anyone's interested in that, you can have that. If you were interested in Status Quo's Pictures of Matchstick Men, that's the tune for that. And that's it. I like doing the tunes and stuff on it. I did try and do Beach Boys Shortening Bread, but you can't do it because it's got chromatic stuff in it, and you can't do that in Animal Crossing. Which is a shame. Shall we go to an island? Should we go to a Nookmile Island, or whatever they're called, and see if we can get... I still don't know if we can get a villager or not, but it's worth a try, isn't it? It's worth just popping down to one and just seeing what's what, so to speak. We can use our rules of if it's an animal that we've not got and a personality that we've not got, we can recruit them. If not, we can't recruit them. So we can't get an anteater, we can't get a wolf, we can't get a... don't know what other animals we got, but we can get a dog or a cat or an octopus. And so on. I should probably just dump these on the floor. These are gifts that I want to give out to people. Trippy, take care. That's you off to France. Oh, sorry. Right, I read those in the... I thought you were going to work or something like that, and then I said you're going off to France. Unless you actually are going off to France now. In which case, please enjoy. And I've just assumed that was a joke for some reason. People do go to France, it's not a joke. Are you actually off to... Is he actually off to France? Take care, mate. I've been to France for a lovely, lovely country. It rained every day while I was there, apart from the very final day, when it was the hottest day of the year. That was nice. Queuing up for the ferry in like 30-something degree heat. This was in 2005. 21 years ago. Why would you lie about this? I just thought it was a bit of a sort of... like a bit of irreverent humour, or like a bit of a non sequitur or something like that. Off to France. Just like a little bit of a joke. Is that the same Matchstick Men they played as the credits ran on the episode of Partridge? Possibly. You were born 05. I don't believe that. No one was born after the year 2000. I'm not having that. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I know you believe you were born in 2005. But what you were actually born in 1999 is what you're saying. That's what's actually happened. You think you were born, but in 2005 I was 8 years old or 9 years old. I turned 9 in 2005, which means that no one could have been born. It's a Delulu. Yeah, you get it. You get it. You're actually born in 1999, but yeah. Can't have potentially been born after the Ashes series. Impossible. No. Famously, everyone stopped having kids after that Champions League final. Everyone just decided, that's it, no more kids. Decode, welcome in. How are you doing? Do you know what? Do you know why that really freaks me out, Rogue? Is because my next door neighbour growing up, he was a year or two younger than me. And he had a baby sister who was born around that time, 2004, 2005-ish. And you saying that has reminded me that she's actually a fully grown adult now, and that just freaks me out. Just freaks me out a little bit. Here's the thing, I had a friend, technically still is my friend, I've not spoken to him in several years though. And I think I talked about it recently because we went to the cinema. The last film I saw was Secret Life of Pets in the cinema in 2016. It was with her and her kid, who is now at the end, I think, if I've got it right, I think he starts high school this year. Hate that. The last time I saw him, he was just over a year old. And now he's starting high school. I don't like that. I just don't like that as a thing. I've not done anything with my life in that time. I've not done anything. Let's use a McMiles ticket. The train down to Nice from St Pancras, one connection in Paris. There's a couple of hours with a view of the Alps, which is lovely. Oh, very nice. Very nice. Stunning decoration. Thank you very much, Decode. Y2K really ruined the birth pool. Yeah. I refuse to believe that anyone was born after Monsters Inc. came out. That's what it is, really. That was 2001. No one was born after Monsters Inc. came out. I'm not having that. Just not having it. But it's weird for you then, really. I don't know. I've not talked to that friend in years. So I don't know if you can even call him a friend at that point. An old friend, I guess. But that kid won't remember me because I saw him the last time I saw him, he would have been like 15 months old, something like that. If that. He won't remember me. I'd see him and remember him, and he wouldn't know who. I don't like that. I just don't like that. I just find that really freaky. Nightlights is playing Mario Kart World. Michael Nightlights is playing Mario Kart World. Orville reminds me of Michael Bluth. We talk Orville as in Orville the green monster puppet thing. Remember when he was nothing more than a controversial pregnancy? Who are we talking about? Oh, my nephew's like 26 or something. That's fucking ridiculous. Strange, isn't it? That's only 3 years younger than me. Doesn't look like there's a villager here. Maybe we have to get the next villager from the campsite, possibly. Oh, the dodo. I always forget he's called Orville. Always forgetting that. Didn't even see that was from. I'm so sorry. I already know that recipe though. Looks like, yeah, it looks like we might have to wait for someone to pop up in the campsite. It seems. So. At least we got one of the stone island things. to transfer for the Pez series, yeah. We'll go back to Pez starting next week, I think. I'd love to do some more Animal Crossing streams, though, at some point. Maybe I'll sort of juggle the two of them. Because I've enjoyed this more than I thought I would. I forgot there was a lot you could do in this that wasn't sort of what's it called? That wasn't just like a chore. You know? Has Ultra Moon been laid to rest? Yeah. Yeah, we talked about this on, is it Wednesday evening? I think what we're going to do with Ultra Moon is just leave it for a bit. I might come back to it in a couple of months. You know, do you remember when we played Pokemon X? We did this with Pokemon X. I played it for a week. And then we sort of put it to bed for like 2 months or something like that. Then came back to it, and it was like a new game again at that point. We'll do the same with Ultra Moon because there's a lot of post game left to go, and I didn't want to sort of try and rush it all this week or anything like that. But also, you could just tell that I was getting a little bit tired of it. I don't think it helped that a lot of people had sort of spoiled it for me. That was a TikTok problem though. I also don't feel like it helped that it's probably the weakest Pokemon game that I've played. It's not a bad Pokemon game. It's just it's not been as good as like Pokemon X really surprised me with how good it was. And when I sort of stopped it and went back to it, I was like, oh yeah, I missed this. It was so good. I don't know if I'll get it. I don't know if I'm going to get that feeling with Ultra Moon because it feels just a little bit too sort of. I've not enjoyed it as much. I'd probably rate it like a 6 out of 10, I would say. Possibly a 7, one for the kids. But it's not been the best Pokemon experience, I don't think. Which is fine. It happens. You know, one of them's got to be the weakest. I think the weakest Pokemon experience I've had before that is probably Black and White, I would say. And they're very good games. We've done that one. So it's not sort of... you know, it's not a big sort of shock to me. That, it's not like it's been really disappointing or anything like that. It's just... it's not hit the heights, you know. But we'll see how I feel in like a couple of months, maybe. If I still don't feel like it in a couple of months, maybe we'll just play another Pokemon game. We'll see. I'm not gonna force it, is the thing. I don't want to do that. I want to play things that I really want to play. You know, I'm not gonna play something just because people ask me to. If I'm not enjoying it as much, or if I'm playing a game. If I'm playing a game and all I can think of is, God, I wish I was playing another game right now, then I'm just going to want to play the other game. Like, do you remember when we played Zelda? Not a bad game, I just wasn't vibing with it. I'm just not a Zelda player, unfortunately. It is what it is. But the last sort of maybe hour of me playing that, feel free to check the VOD. No, I don't want to go back, sorry. Feel free to check the VOD to confirm this. But the last sort of 30 minutes to an hour of playing that, I was just sat there going, I just want to play Mario Kart. And I believe we just ended up playing Mario Kart after that. And it was so much nicer. You could see the magnesium leaving you. Bro played Jonah Lomu Rugby. Is that a real game? Do you know what I say tempted by, but if it was cheap, I would, but I wouldn't because it's not cheap. Oh shit, we can't make a proper X, can we? There's a rugby league game, which I'm slightly interested in. Apparently, it's quite terrible. Oh, it's a mid-90s PS1 rugby game. I've not heard of it. There's a rugby league PS1 game that is supposedly a bit naff that I'd love to give a go at some point. Rugby league's the proper rugby, isn't it? I don't watch rugby myself, but I am from Yorkshire, so rugby league is proper rugby to me. I need more wood, and I can't get. Oh no, I can get more wood. What am I talking about? There you go. They never discount it on Steam. This is the thing. Hayden, I was thinking about, I've got Cricket 26 on my wish list. Why do they never put that on sale? That's been out for nearly I don't know how long it's been out for now, about 6 months. It's not even had like a 10% discount. Cricket 19 never went on sale either. Why do Big Ant never put their games on sale? I just find that, so it's like Nintendo do it, and I get Nintendo can sort of get away with it because it's like a closed ecosystem, and you can sort of get away with it if you do that, because, and also Nintendo games are also really good all the time, generally speaking. You can't get away with that with Rugby League 26 or something, surely. You've got to put it on sale, because I'm never going to spend £50 on a cricket game. Because I just don't care that much. I just don't care that much about a cricket game to spend £50 on it. I know plenty of people will, but not paying big out 50 quid for the buggy sports games. It's really... I was watching... been watching David Earl play the cricket game, and I've been tempted to buy it because that's been quite fun, but at the same time, first of all, it's not 50 quid's worth, but they release patches for it, Aiden, like every 3 days. And so what happens is he'll play it like most sort of weekdays. He'll play it and the game will be perfect. The game will just play perfectly for the way he plays it and that sort of thing, and he really enjoys it. 3 days later, they bring out a patch and it completely ruins one element of the game. And then he hates it again. And then they might fix that further down the line. And it's just that constantly. Instead of doing like a big patch every month or something like that, they just every like few days is a patch, and it will fix some things, but then they'll break something else. And I hate that. I just don't like playing. And it's one of those games, by the way, it's a cricket game that forces you to be online all the time. So immediately I'm getting stung. Why a cricket game needs you to be online all the time is completely beyond me. What is the point? If it wasn't online all the time, it'd be fine. And you could sort of revert back to a different patch or whatever. You can't do that with cricket because even if you just play the online thing, you can't get past the main menu without it being online. If it's not online, if the server's down, you cannot play that game. It's so... Oh, I don't have words to describe how much I hate that. An online game, it makes sense, because if you're playing online, whatever. But a game where most people are playing it offline, it is the most infuriating feature. Because it doesn't, there's not even like a sort of business, is there even a business case to sort of justify that? It just doesn't make any sense. Get this fish. Anyway, enough ranting about that sort of thing. But, and so I played Cricket 19, I liked Cricket 19, but I would not spend more than about 10 quid on it. They never put it on sale. So, in the end, and I'm not ashamed to admit this, I got it off My Abandonware or something like that, or one of those websites. Seabass. Olive flounder. Gonna make Scran enjoy. What time is it? 12:45. I probably should go and have something soon as well, actually. Maybe. Well, at least a cup of tea or something, potentially. Once I've chopped all these trees down, I'll do that, actually. It's a good shout. I'll make a cup of tea. I'll come back and we'll wrap up at about 2:30, something like that. And then I'm going to get something to eat. And I'll come back at about, I say 2:30, maybe about 3, maybe. I'll come back at about 4:30 and we'll do some Mario Kart. And then that's it from me for like daytime streams for the time being. We'll go back to weekday mornings a couple of times a week. It'll be Pez. We'll go back to Pez. I might also go back to I might also do some Animal Crossing depending on how I feel about it. I'm not going to force myself to play Pez or Animal Crossing. If either of them feel right to play, I will play them. If not, I'm not going to play them. FM's free this weekend. Really? The full one? Football Manager 26? I've not played that. I've not played it at all. I've not touched it. I've not got it. Maybe I'll give that a little go. I won't stream it. I'll be perfectly honest with you. I won't. I can't see me streaming Football Manager for many, many more years. I think the 2023 playthrough that we did that lasted about 4 months of only playing Football Manager I enjoyed it. But that has satisfied my fix for Football Manager for, I would say, the next several years. I have got Football Manager 24. I pre-ordered it and I haven't touched it. I pre-ordered Football Manager 24, got the game, haven't touched it. And that is the last Football Manager game that I got. I got it on day one. Never not played it. I think I've booted it up once. I think my playtime on it's about 4 minutes or something. Because I need to be in the mood to play that sort of thing, because it very much consumes my life, Football Manager. And I need to be. Do you know what the big problem with Football Manager is? And I've said this before and people laughed at me. People have laughed at me for this, but I maintain that this is a big sticking point for me. And for some reason, the company don't want to do this. And I don't quite understand why. But my biggest hate about Football Manager, which has stopped me from playing it at times and buying new versions of it, is because you can't take over. You can't play as an existing manager. You just can't do that. And some might say it's a licensing thing or something like that. But you can with... You can play as a real manager in like EA's games, like FC and FIFA and stuff. You can play as a real manager in there. So why can't I... The thing that I hate most about it is the game that is so it's the whole premise of Football Manager, and the reason why it's so successful is that it's realistic. It's a very realistic simulation of real life football. Okay. So why, if I wanted to play as Liverpool, why, or maybe even a worse one, if I wanted to play as Man City, why would there suddenly just be a news story that Guardiola's been sacked and replaced by a 29-year-old who's never managed a football team before? That for me, I can't do that because it breaks all immersion. So immediately, I can't manage a big team unless I work my way up there. Otherwise, I'm not interested. And even then, the lower down teams are not going to do that sort of thing either, generally speaking. Why doesn't it let you just... So, sometimes I'm in the mood to manage big teams and stuff. Esme, sometimes I don't want to spend hundreds of hours working my way up the divisions to get to the big leagues, because by the time you get there, all the players that you've heard of don't play anymore. So sometimes I prefer to just manage a big team and just start there, or like a big-ish team, even if it's a team that's in like the Championship or League One or something like that. It's still unrealistic for them to sack their manager and replace them with, hello. It doesn't make any sense. So why can't you just control? Why can't you just go, I'm going to take over as this manager? And some people have said it's because in the press conferences you can like type in custom things, and they're worried about lawsuits because what if you took over? What if you played as like role played as Pep Guardiola but made him say all sorts of awful stuff or anything like that? But the solution for that is, if you're playing as a real manager, you just get rid of that text box. No one ever fucking uses that little text box anyway. I think I played Football Manager 2023 for 12 seasons. I think the amount of times I used that text box in a press conference, I can count on one hand. And it was basically just me calling the referee a wanker or whatever, because it's funny sometimes. But I don't know. It's just, even if you wanted to take over as Sheffield Wednesday, for example, Esme, it's not realistic that the game that relies so much on realism, suddenly you have to suspend all of that because you suddenly took over as a Guardiola added with several choice expletives. Yeah, you just get rid of that. You just get rid of that in the game if you take over as a real manager. Job done, sorted. Our current manager never managed anyone, but it's not just someone who's just popped into existence. Like they'll have had jobs in football before, or fuck, they've not just popped into existence. Like, it's not just like me or you. It was the assistant before. Yeah, that's fine. It's not just like me or you, anything like that, have taken over. There's a difference between that and or even like an ex-player, for example. You do have that option, but I don't want that option. I don't want it to be BapyCal has taken over Manchester City, but that's fine because BapyCal's also actually played 100 games for England. Because that's even less realistic, because then I'm not even me. If that makes sense. The only way it's realistic is, one, if you were to pretend to manage as a former player who's not actually in the game in the slightest, and then you've just got to pretend that all your stats of that player are in the game, even though they aren't. Or you do what I did in Football Manager 2023, which is basically you have to make up a really stupid backstory as to why your manager's got the job. So my character was called Chris Tingle in Football Manager 2023, and the reason he got the Bradford job, and this is the only reason I could think of that made any sort of sense that could be in any way slightly realistic, and it's not, is he met the current manager of Bradford at bus stop and said to him, "You're shit." And then the manager said, "You can do a better job then," and then resigned and made him get the job to prove a point. Which would never, ever happen. But it's the most realistic thing you can come up with. Oh, I've not got that yet. Oh, I have got that. You can use the editor to delete that, but you can do that. Yeah, you can do that. That is true. But the point... you shouldn't have to do all these workarounds for something that is so simple, in my opinion. And the stupid thing about it is, I think it's a very valid suggestion that I suggested this several months ago, and I think Wisecrack really took the piss out of me for this because he was like, "Bro has to have it realistic." But it's just like, I don't find it interesting if it's just like, I've suddenly been drawn. I just don't. I like the realism of it. I don't. When I play FIFA, when I've played FIFA career modes, I always play as an actual manager because I just don't like the idea of being someone that's just. Otherwise, unless you're doing like a fantasy thing, like I'm doing in PES, if it's a fantasy thing, that's fine. But if it's a fantasy thing, I'm just going to make up all the teams anyway. And I'm going to end up making my own country and my own divisions and all that sort of thing. And that's a far more involved process than simply just taking over a club. So, it just really annoys me. But it's been suggested before, and I've seen the response of Miles, what's his face, and I've stuck up for him sometimes. I think sometimes he gets a lot of abuse for people for no good reason. And I think it must be hard to be in that position and just get a lot of abuse from them when you're trying so hard to make a game that is quite clearly a passion for you. But some of the answers he's given for that specific feature, I just sort of go, you just bring it on yourself, because it's so fucking condescending. And it's like, it's not a stupid suggestion, I don't think that, and it's not just me that's made that suggestion. Formation of Prodlington Athletic was good. I don't fucking remember that, to be honest with you, TN. But that's a fake team. That's a completely fake team. And also, when I played as Prodlington Athletic in Football Manager 2021, it was, I put them in, like, we downloaded a database that went down to, like, level 12. And so, that's more realistic. Because if you're going to start a football team, realistically, you could create a football team and apply to be in level 12. And that could happen. But then you have to do at least 12 seasons of successive promotions to reach the top level. And that's not going to happen, by the way. And so you shouldn't have to go through that just to have it be realistic and you know. It does have a lot of personalization tools, which is why I'm so confused, Jorge, as to why it doesn't have this what I would consider to be a very simple one, which is just play as an existing manager. I don't get why some things are just inexplicable. Why in this game do they not have light brown hair? Look at all the hair colours that they've got in this game. They don't have light brown hair. It's inexplicable to me that that's a decision that someone's made. You know? Right, I didn't give Audio a present. It was constant promotions for... Yeah, and you know, the thing with that as well, TN, is that that's boring. I find that actually just boring. I'd want to struggle at some point. When I did this, I did the same thing with Swisney FC once, and I went down to like the West Yorkshire Division 1 or something like that. With Swisney FC, and we were playing against like fucking local teams like Leeds Medical Dentists and stuff like that. And we just won and won and won. But it got to a point where one season I didn't get promoted because it was the top one that goes up at that point. It's the top one that goes up and then the others are in a playoff. So I think I'd finished second. And they just sacked me because I didn't immediately go up, and I was just like, oh, fuck this then. So I'd buy Football Manager and play it if I could just play as an actual manager, because sometimes it's nice to be quite casual and just be like, if I'm going to manage Bradford City now, for example, it made a bit more sense back then because they weren't doing so well and Mark Hughes was not particularly liked and that sort of thing. But if I'm going to manage Bradford City now, I've got to somehow come up with a reason in my head of a justification as to why they'd get rid of Graham Alexander and replace him with a 29-year-old who's never managed a football team in his life or played football for 10 years or whatever. And I don't like that. I just don't like it. It's very odd playing against the old boys of the school I went to. Yeah. Yeah, that suits you actually. It suits her ears. Matches her ears. So in short, I might play Football Manager over the weekend. I'm not streaming it though. I'm not streaming it. I think I've talked before about how I don't know if you hear Jorge actually, but one of the teams in the PES playthrough that I'm doing is Northumbria. And the reason for that is because I spent many, many hours in 2023 making a database on Football Manager, which basically split the north of England into its own country. And with doing that, I had to redo all the league structure. I've got a huge spreadsheet with it all on, and I've got like a huge document that goes into it. Redo all the league structure and the prize money of that, and the TV rights and everything, and all the domestic cups and the national team. You have to remake the national team and that sort of thing. And basically, I'd got to a point where there was one thing with it that I couldn't do. It was something to do, like the under-18s kept playing in the EFL Trophy. Also, or the under-21s kept playing in the EFL Trophy. And I didn't want them to do that because the EFL Trophy's for what is like Southern England, if you want to call it that. Weeks I spent on the whole gate, and there was like one thing in it that I couldn't do, and there was basically a flaw in the database back then, but meant that you couldn't fix it, and so I just abandoned the whole idea. And it was so close to being like done. I'll show. Can I show this? I don't know if I've got like the I can show this. I've got a document somewhere for it. It goes into like the league structure and stuff. Here we go. Oh my god. Right, hang on. Let's see if I can get this open on Firefox. Why do you have to sign in to view this? Right, can I download this as a... I'll download it as a PDF then. Open as a PDF, then I can open... Oh no, because it just opens that, doesn't it? And I can open a PDF in Firefox, can't I? Hang on. Right, okay. This is what I did. Oh, I got rid of the Firefox tab. There we go. Bang. So this is what I did. So, I mean, God almighty. 257 clubs being moved. It starts off with the lowest UEFA coefficient. I was like simulating seasons to see how long it would take for them to get like Champions League group spots automatically. It took several seasons for that to happen. Because like, you just start off with nothing. And I couldn't figure out how to... I thought it'd be quite good to do that, actually. I thought it'd be a nice sort of change. I had like rules for the national team and that sort of thing. A low preference from foreign manager. I'd like to see someone like Neil Warnock or Mick McCarthy or Steve Bruce manage them. But for some reason, it was always Michael Appleton that took over. No designated national stadium, so they went to different, like Bramall Lane, Ewood Park, for like the smaller games, Old Trafford for the sort of cup finals and stuff. This was a few years back. So there was the Premier League. So it was an 18-team Premier League. So you got teams like Blackpool and stuff in there, Huddersfield, Sheffield Wednesday, Sheffield United, Rotherham. 18-team Division 1 that sort of had like goes down to like sort of Halifax Town and stuff. And then Division 2 you include in sort of, this is like National League North style teams, and even a couple below that as well. And then you got to like the semi-pro league, so you got 22 teams, and there's the East League and the West League. Division 2 had an East League and a West League. We're going down to like Ilkley Town, Newcastle Benfield here, so we're going to like proper semi-professional stuff. Not other than Rotherham, that's not a bad Premier League anyway. It's quite good, and it means also that there's the potential of like Leeds United and stuff getting like a Europa League spot every season in about 5 years' time when they sort of get the right slots available. You end up with like Leeds getting in Europa League spots and stuff like that. The bottom roll divide. Where are Hallam? Division 1 East. Conference Division 1 East. So, effectively the sort of National League North. That's just the same sort of level down, the same sort of step. With Sheffield. Dartford as well. North Ferriby. Penistone Church, Bridlington. Bedlington Terriers. Didn't realise that was an actual team as well. West Allotment Celtic, which is a good name. Then you've got like the west and the east. So the west had all the sort of seems from Merseyside and Lancashire, and then east had like just Yorkshire and the Humber basically. In the west, and then you go down to the regional. I did this for every single team that was in the game, by the way. Regional leagues, you're going down to like Eschwinning, North Shields, Sunderland West End. Teams that you've never heard of, you know. Shelley Community, Steeton, Swallow Nest. There's the Western League as well. Yorkshire and the Humber League. So this is when it splits into like proper regional stuff. But they were also flexible, so they can hold between 22 and 24 teams. So I made it so if a team doesn't quit, depending on the season, it can, because there's an odd number of teams, I think. This didn't take off. Honestly, it was gonna be so. I was gonna take charge of like Ilkley Town or something like that, and just build up. I'd like managed to figure it out so you could the amount of teams in a division could be flexible. So you can see this one's only got 23 teams, but you can make it so it's actually got between 22 and 24, which is nice. Then there was the NFA Cup, the League Cup. Hang on, let me just get this thing in. I can hear a. I can hear this. Let me get this. The database is still available. I probably still have the files and stuff for it, but whether it works or not, it's half baked. Especially when you get into like the senior stuff, all works as well, as far as I can tell, as far as I can remember at least. But it's when you get into like the youth teams and stuff like that, it all falls apart. It was just beyond my pay grade, unfortunately. There's like the Super Cup, which is like your Community Shield. The Trophy, which is like your sort of FA Trophy, FA Vars. Youth Cup. And then there's sort of like the local, like the Semi-Pro Cups, the Arndale Cup, the Home Bargains Cup, the Northern Trains Cup, and so on. All of that, blah, 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 blah. There was also the another database that it relied on called the Isle of Man database, because that fixed the when you put the national team in, it fucks up the Nations League and the Euro qualifiers and stuff like that. So you basically borrow their sort of framework for it, but you replace Isle of Man with the nation that I've made. But it was very sort of fucky. No scheduled Boxing Day League games. There's little things that I couldn't quite figure out how to do. For some reason, Kazakhstan wouldn't enter any continental competitions. Yeah. I wonder if I've got a save it where I can show you. FAQ, blah, 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 feedback, blah, blah. I wonder if must have a test save of it somewhere that I can show you. Because I distinctly remember like simulating it. Suppose you haven't turned into a database by now, yeah? Vauxhall Motors, yeah. Yeah. I just sell all this stuff. It's fucking warbling again. Warbling. Whoa. That's probably just hit her in the face, actually. That's not on. Ooh. Coming down at the speed of Artemis 2. Yeah. If I went to a communal square here in Brighton and started howling, what do you think the reception would be like? People would, you know what people would do? People would, they take a video of it and then they post it on TikTok and they go, only in Brighton. Despite the fact you get weirdos like you everywhere. That's a pet peeve of mine. People do that. They go, only in this city, and it's like a thing that happens everywhere. Hate that. Hate that. Hate that. Fuck you. L2309. What am I doing? This is what I'm doing. We sell all that stuff to be. That needs to go to what's her face, I think. Is it Celia? There's literally a page called Only Brighton for things of that very nature. I hate. There's things of only every city. There must be. Oh, thank you. There you go. Only in the city are there multiple Gregs. Yeah. Yeah. Pretty well. Nice. Only in Sheffield is there a spoons across from the spoons. They're both shit. Yeah. Ugh. No thanks. Sell that. Sell that. Thank you. L2309. Hello, Telford. Happy Friday to you too, my friend. How you doing? Oh, welcome into you. Right, let's sell some stuff, shall we? I do need to get some. I need to get a cup of tea in a minute, folks. If that's okay with you all. It is 10. I did say I was going to do it about half an hour ago, so I should probably do it now. Okay. You can just feel the sort of the energy levels sapping just slightly. Cup of tea will fix it. Hello, Telford's what I imagine I would say if I were a stand-up comedian coming out on stage at the enormous Telford Arena. Yeah. Exactly. Okay, folks, I won't be long. I'll be 5 minutes. I'm going to run some ads. Please invest in an ad blocker if you haven't already. And then I'll come back for about an hour and a half or something like that. Okie dokie 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 dokie. Oh, parcel. Wrong controller. I was picking my bloody PlayStation controller. Welcome back, troops. I'm sorry I didn't figure out the alert thing, by the way. The bit alert thing didn't work and Wisecrack's gift sub didn't come up the other day. I don't know. I don't really know why that's not working, to be honest with you. I cannot can't seem to figure it out. I can charge up my phone actually. That's fine, folks. You're all having a conversation with yourself. That's fine. Got to keep yourselves entertained while the captain's away from his rudder, so to speak. Thank you very much, Wisecrack. Thank you. No pecans for me today. I finished that pack yesterday. I have got another pack, but I've not opened them. T-Rex tail. Oh, we already have one. Never mind. Heard you're playing FIFA tonight with us. I haven't even bloody got FIFA, mate. Did I enjoy my sustenance? I had a seal bar. Yeah. Well, I chose not to have anything too massive because if I'm going to be eating in like 2 hours' time, 2.5 hours' time, I don't really want a proper lunch. So, by the way, more fusion food tonight. TN. Had a seal bar but couldn't get it bloody open. No, I got this one open, thankfully. Is that something? Oh no, I thought you were referencing the fact that I had a seal bar the other day. Wisecrack, that I couldn't get open. I thought, got a meeting this afternoon, so might have to mute you later. That's absolutely fine. That's absolutely fine. Don't worry about it. Do you want dinner? Do you want a dinner games tonight's fusion food, mate? No, because it's the same fusion food I had the other day, but slightly different, actually. I don't remember everything you do. Fair enough. There was still leftover chili con carne. But instead of pita bread, I thought I'd have some chips. Some oven chips with it. So there you go. No rice, though. No, I could have had rice actually. Oh, I've got the chips up the freezer now. I could have had rice with it though. If I wanted to. Oh well, rice and chips. Chili chips and rice is a fine treat. I can't be having right. I had to get more chips out than I wanted to because it turns out we're almost at the end of the chips. There's about 6 oven chips more than I want because I didn't just want to leave 6 chips in a bag. So there'll be no room for rice as well, I'm afraid. We half and half. Sadly, it's not going to happen. A good idea. A good idea, nonetheless. But I'm afraid it's just not going to happen. It's probably too much there for my liking anyway, to be honest with you. I can't do big meals. I hate it. Oh yeah. You're low. 348,000 bells. Well. 80 miles. Anyone here rate Orzo? Had my first experience with it last night. It was mediocre. I've never heard of that. Orzo? No. Unfortunately. I'm not familiar. Orzo. Oh. No, I've never had that before. Mediocre. Not had it, but I one day may well take the plunge. It's like rice but pasta. What does that mean? What do you mean by that? It's like rice but pasta. Oh my god, look what the reacts I just got. Double wave. Like rice-sized bits of pasta. Oh. Jamming? Oh, that's good. Like that. Even Isabel's doing it as well. That's good. Right, let's get listening ears. Pardon moi? Oh, look, they're doing it as well. That's so cute, actually. Today I learned Cal thinks movies are stupid and he hates them. Source. Letterboxd bio. Yeah. What of it? It's... My views have slightly changed since I wrote that 7 years ago. Sort of. A little bit. Is that on my link tree? I forgot that's a thing. Act natural hula. Oh yeah. Keep forgetting that I've got a link tree, to be honest with you. And I've also got cold chill. No, I don't like that. I liked jamming. I also liked what was it? Act Natural was good. And I'll put one more in. Double wave. Stretch, jamming, listening ears, say cheese. What was say cheese? Oh, that's pretty good. Maybe say cheese. Sorry, this is insanely boring. For everyone but me. We need to take a picture for the thumbnail, by the way. Let's do work it. Let's do work it. Time to source some boggies. Enjoy, mate. Dad joking semi-professional. That's how Bob Marley likes his women. when they jam in. I've not heard that version of that joke before, Telford. I've always heard it. That's how he likes his donuts. I've never heard. I've never heard he likes his women when they jam in. I've only ever heard that joke in the context of him talking. Well, him talking about. He is dead, folks. Him talking about donuts with jamming. Good stuff all the same, though. Ruddy good stuff all the same. My bad, I made it repulsive. That's fine. I'll let you off, mate. I'll let you off. Donuts are just so much nicer, aren't they? Custom designs portal. Yes, please. It's got a bit grey out, actually. Don't know if it's really showing up on my camera. It's a bit better, isn't it? Very strong tea, that. Really strong tea. Didn't mean to make it quite that strong. But that's fine. Thank you, BapyBot. Play. You can see the colour of it, look. Very strong indeed. Your Lego movie review so funny. It would have been great if Prime Video didn't spoil me on a major plot. Right, that is... I hate that. So, I don't... I just had a free trial of Amazon Prime, so I thought I'll watch some movies. I'll watch the Lego movie no one's ever shown. If you pause it... If you pause it, right? If you've not seen the Lego movie before and you care about spoilers, skip the next minute of this. Just mute me for a minute. But I paused it 5 minutes in when Will Ferrell's, like, Lego character is on the screen, okay? And when you pause things on Amazon Prime Video, it, like, shows you who the cast are on the screen at that point. But because Will Ferrell plays that Lego character, but also the plot twist is he's the real kid's dad, it shows that. It tells you that on... When you pause it, it says Will Ferrell plays... What's he called? President Business or whatever? / the dad or whatever. And so I was about 5 minutes in, paused it on that, and just went, oh, brilliant. That's the plot twist spoiled for me. I mean, it's a Lego movie. No one really cares that much, but what is the point of... What the hell? Exactly. What the hell, Wisecrack? Couldn't have said it better myself. Let's deposit 91,967. Bang. Got exactly 10 grand left on me. Bam, 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 bam. Patronage. 6-7. Yeah. One for the kids. Oh, we've got a ceremony, haven't we? Let's take a picture for that then. Let's take a screenshot for that. Do some weeding. Yeah. Hold a ceremony. Let's do this. I need to take a screenshot at exactly the right time. For the campsite. Oh, we've got two chances. We can do the campsite or we can do the bridge one. So. Oh, look at them all. Welcome to our dedication ceremony honouring Belvita's brand new campsite. Yeah. Yeah. Prime Video making innovations since 2006. Yeah. Ridiculous. I don't think I've used Prime Video since that, actually. Like I said, I only got a free trial of it, but I've not been tempted to get it again. I want everyone here to stop by the campsite and have positive interactions with any guests. Super. If anyone can guess the first villager that we get in this campsite, you get nothing, but it would be quite interesting to see if anyone actually got it right. We're amazing. Yeah, we are. Ready? Yeah, that'll do. That'll do. That's nice, isn't it? That's nice. Or that. Do you have to pay postage on the nothing? No, thankfully. I'll cover that. I'll cover that, Nerdboy. We do unfortunately have to go in and do another ceremony though, so just be careful. Just jot that down. What was the second screenshot like? Oh, I might prefer that, you know. Don't know. That is top class. It's actually first class I'll be sending at Nerdmo.
Very droll. Very droll.
There'll be someone in the world that believes they can speak Animal Crossing language. I've seen videos, Salford, of people not actually speaking the language, obviously, but they can do such good impressions of it. I'm really jealous. I'd love... Imagine being able to talk... Imagine being able to talk... I've seen a video of someone doing such... This is shit. There's trees in the way. There's all sorts in the way here. Hate this. Hate this. Fuck you. L2309. Woo. Come on, and get in, scooch in, Antonia, and flow. Get in the picture a little bit. Bang. Eyes open on that one, I think. Nope, not eyes open. What if it's similar to Simlish? Is it not based on like the letters that it's based on the letters that are being said, isn't it? You can like hear them when you do the like keyboard in this. I don't know how to do it. You can hear like it's based off that. But it's just done really fast, obviously, because it's doing loads of letters at once. Jesus, cheers. Gaben, do not go on my website on a phone. There is one page in particular on that website that is the most horrifically unoptimized. It's even bad to view it on a desktop. I need to change it. It's just I've not got around to it. I need to build that website up from the beginning again. I say build it. I was using Google Sites, but there's a website which basically has all like my stream. It's like a stream archive that's got like a link to all my YouTube playlists, but every one has its own picture. But it like because it's Google Sites and there's not a lot you can do with it. It loads every single picture at once, and there's dozens of them. I cannot imagine viewing it on a phone. It must just take ages. But the whole thing was built. I say built. It's a Google site template basically, but the whole thing was made. The whole thing was made really with the assumption that no one would ever look at it, to be quite honest with you. And that point sort of still stands. Very few people have looked at it, which is fine. It was a place, I made it a few years back when I wasn't really streaming or anything like that, and I just needed like some sort of creative output, and I just sort of like dabbled in a bit of like writing. Not creative writing necessarily, but just sort of like a blog type thing with little articles and stuff of all sorts of things, whatever was on my mind. I've not touched it in a couple of years though. I've added to the stream archive page, but that's it. Unfortunately, what I really need to do is rebuild it. Hello, Joe. Welcome in. How's it going? My phone crashed. Did it actually? It doesn't shock me if that's true. It needs building up from the start. I need to just start it again. I was tempted to make a website using I think someone in here suggested making like a BapyCal wiki almost. So I was gonna build it using MediaWiki, but it's so... I've not touched that stuff for ages. I need to be in the mood to do it again, to be honest with you. So maybe I'll do it in the future, make it a bit more lightweight. Very good, showered up in a fresh cup. Lovely stuff. Cheers. That's 6 times now. We've all done a bit of blogging in our desperation to produce output. Absolutely. None of the pages are bad on your phone. Have you got a very good phone? Is it the BapyCal live phone? It must be so... If you view it, for those who don't know what I'm talking about, by the way, let me show you on Firefox what I'm talking. This is my website that I've had for a few years now. So it's fine. These pages are largely fine. There's a few articles about streaming on TikTok and fucking Rick Beato. A couple of other little just things that this page. Having said that, that's loaded up. If you boot this up on Chrome, this takes several, because it loads up all of these pictures at once. Also, Nerma's little poem at the bottom there. It's good, isn't it? But if you click on each of these, it actually takes you to the YouTube playlist for it, which is nice. So you can see there's Oblivion. All the ones that I've archived, at least. But I have updated this recently, so it's got like Ultramoon and stuff on. As you can see there. I'll make you a music page and call it BapyCal, time to branch out. That's nice. That's nice. I genuinely might make a note of that at some point, Joe. I might take you up on that. I say take you up on that. I might copy that idea and have something called BapyCal. Because that is good. That's an old username, Gaben. Yes. Yeah. So you can see it on this playlist, actually. All the ones that say Swissney Live are my old username. So I changed it in 2022 at some point, sort of middle of 2022. The reason I've not changed all of these back is because they just take ages. I can't, there's no point, really. Not 3 views, no views, 1 view. It's not like the... Oh, you can't hear this. That's good. That's good. It's really good that you can't hear that, actually. Really good. Good grief. Ugh. You see my bed behind me and everything like that? Horrible. But yes, that's old me from 4.5 years ago. But yeah. There's Mila. Takes ages, and it's also historic content. Yeah. So I'd rather leave it like that. The thing is, if I change it all to BapyCal, then if you Google Swissney, it comes up with the world famous. Oh, where's it gone? Swissney course. It comes up with the world famous movie rant article, or was it game rant or movie rant or something? Here you go, screen rant, that's the one. Comes up with the world famous Screen Rant article of this Skyrim mod renames every frost troll Tim Allen, which is a mod that I made. And I say a mod that I made in the lightest possible terms because it's basically a file that changes one text. It changes like one string in the game. Popped it on Nexus mod, and then Lara Jackson, bless her, senior gaming editor, clearly had nothing better to do at that point. And then wrote an entire article about something that is literally all it does is change the name of Frost Troll so it says Tim Allen, and that's it. Forgot about Screen Rant picking it. There's also Game Rant picked it up. So it's Screen Rant picking it up, presumably because it's Tim Allen. Okay. And he's an actor, allegedly. Satire. But also Game Rant picked it up, I believe. Somewhere. I might have it favorited on Chrome, actually. Which is... Here you go. Now, this one I like more, actually, because it quotes... I mean, I can quote it, sorry, saying, amusing Skyrim mod. This is by Andrew Heaton. Now, this was published a day before Lara Jackson. So Lara Jackson has actually copied Andrew Heaton. But they are two separate articles. Let's be clear about that. This isn't the same article published twice. This is two separate people have both written this article a day apart from each other. Completely, I assume independently, but I actually don't know about that. Either that or one of them's copied off the other but changed everything. And this is sort of pre ChatGPT and stuff as well, I would say. 2021, August 2021, pre-ChatGPT. So they haven't just pumped it into an AI thing or anything like that. Allegedly. And it also says Swizney. Swizney is my old username. And Swizneyland is my old username. Easy content for them. They just have to write 500 words about Skyrim modding with a couple of sentences about the mod itself. Yeah. But that really cemented Game Rant and Screen Rant's place, in my mind, as two of the most pointless websites to ever exist. Because it is... Imagine getting a degree in journalism and then you're writing about me changing a single name in Skyrim to something else. Imagine that. It's not even like... Sorry, when we talk about this, by the way, this wasn't some like giant sort of viral... This wasn't some big viral thing. Okay? This is... 100 people have downloaded it. 6 people have endorsed it. This isn't some viral thing. This is something that someone's just stumbled across and gone, let's just write an article about it. And then someone else has gone, I'm also going to write an article about it. It wasn't like some sort of big sort of, oh my god, he's suddenly famous kind of thing. None of that. Which makes it all the more stupid. But I think if I have the names, if I have the Swisney VODs labelled as Swisney, I just find that's a little bit, it makes a bit more sense. Otherwise, there's old videos and stuff where it kind of sounds like, or perhaps seems like it's copying. I'm copying them because I've got a different username now and I'm not. Didn't know about the quotes in Google search. Yes, if you put things in quotes, it searches for the exact term. There's a few other little things in Google. It's worth having a look into that sort of thing, Talford. It's quite helpful. There's a few little Google sort of search things, like if you can do site : and then the site name, and it only gives you results from that website and stuff like that. There's a lot of quite powerful tools that make things a lot easier to search for. Imagine that was what shot you to fame, though. Nothing will shot me to fame quite like me playing Disneyland Adventures, I would say. Not that that actually made any sort of fundamental difference to anything. It was just, again, quite a funny thing that happened. Bang. I saw an IGN article yesterday about how Pokemon fans want the new Gen 10 Firestarter to stand on all fours when it evolves. That was the article. It's ridiculous. I believe that surely they must have some sort of content target to meet. Like they've got to churn out a certain amount of articles per day. It's something like that. You basically they just flood the internet with that rubbish. And that's how they get money. Because people click on it and then you get ad money and that's it. But there's certain other papers that do the same thing. There's a certain company in the UK that owns a lot of like local papers that do the same thing. They're meant to be like local papers, but they will post like things that aren't local. They'll post about like, we tried 4 different brands of Aldi's, or like 4 different. There was one that I saw that was like, we tried 4 different brands of cold and flu tablets to see which one was the best. No scientific sort of measurement in this. It was they took 4 different ones and saw how they felt afterwards. And they came to the conclusion that the last one they tried was the best one because that's when they stopped being ill. So there's a balloon over there. I don't blame them. There's nothing exciting happening in the world 24/7. It's bait to do simple shout-outs than fake news all the time. Off Portuguese news. Oh, absolutely. I'd rather have that sort of fluff than genuine sort of misinformation and that sort of thing. Oh no, my slingshot. Enjoy your lunch, Jorge. Enjoy your lunch very much, please, if you can. Thank you very much for being here. That's fucking data, baby. Men's unreadable now. I don't give a shit about Molly, mate. It's just, yeah. They're all like that. Leeds Live is another one. There's just no point of its existence. Let's chat. Was I not going to give him a gift? Islands in the stream, that's copyright, isn't it? Ultra welcome into you. As we established the other day, anything that is said in my stream is actually mine. So there you go. That's the terms of service that you all implied you agreed upon when you joined in my stream. Horrible, isn't it? Hope you're doing well, mate. I pressed the wrong button again. Dinner game but lunch PN for me today. The lunch game, wow, spin-off. It's a spin-off. You can have a spice rack. PN. Peanut Nutter. I just clicked agree and never understood the implications, yeah. I should add that into the chat rules. If you click agree, you're agreeing that any joke you tell is actually copyrighted. I'm copyrighting it or something. I could do that. I'm sure there's zero legal basis for it. A nail art set. Thank you, mate. PNOG if you want to get intimate with it. Oh, so it's something on... You can have the Bob Marley one. Thank you, Telford. Sorry, no. Right, okay, hang on. PNOC, right. Something on crackers. Pesto. Pesto on crackers. The colon is significant. I'm struggling to think of what food would have a colon in. What meal has a colon in? Should I write a formal letter of apology to Kenny Rogers? Is he still alive? didn't know he was still alive, to be honest with you. PNOC. I'm terrible at some... Because the problem is, I love this game, but some of you eat foods that I can't comprehend. Nerdmo and Leopard is... TN's always an easy one to get because he just has spaghetti bolognese every day. That's fine, but Nerdmo actually eats sort of pizza. PN. CCM. Chili con mani. Credence Clearwater Revival. Pot Noodle. Oh, he died 6 years ago, really? I didn't know that. We just sort of half guessed. Pot Noodle. It's got to be Pot Noodle. Pot Noodle. I don't know the flavours of Pot Noodle. Orange chicken. Pot Noodle orange chicken. Pot Noodle on cup. Curry. Something curry. Oh, see, so Pot Noodle. Oriental chicken. Is that... They wouldn't call it Oriental chicken, would they? I thought that, Aiden, and I thought they wouldn't call it that. Would they call it that? Original character, yeah. This is my Pot Noodle, OC. They don't call it Oriental chicken. Surely not. I fucking missed it again. Oriental chicken would be a good name for a pocket monster, yeah. One of those terms that still gets used despite being a bit iffy. Yeah. Yeah. Is it Pot Noodle? TM? That's a huge fish. Is it Pot Noodle? It's gotta be Pot Noodle. I fucking missed it again. I fucking pressed it in time. I thought that time as well. Sorry, who? What? What are you saying, Nerbatron? Who? I said TN. No, I said PN Pot Noodle. Did I? I thought I said PN Pot Noodle. I might have said TN, actually. I don't know. I may well have said TN. I heard TN. Oh, right, maybe. Is it Oriental chicken? I'd be amazed if it's called Oriental chicken. Original curry. Is that genuinely what it's called? At no point would I ever have guessed that they've got a flavour. I don't eat pot noodles. I never would have guessed that they've got a flavour called original curry. Free money. So what was Esme's one? CCM? Chips. Cheesy chips. Chinese chicken mate. Don't get full, yeah. I think I got the original curry and the fake curry. Mine was B. No, Aiden, no, 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 no. No. It's initials, Aiden. It's not, you can't just twist it to do your own thing, mate. It's not how it works. Come on. Spirit of the game and all that. B. But we know it ends in E now. It's Chinese, it's not got the word Chinese in it. Chicken chow mein. Chicky chow mein. Ding, 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 ding. B. Knowing Aiden as well. You know what? Knowing Aiden, he's probably put the correct number of underscores in as well, so we actually know it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We know it's 9 letters long. Because Aiden's the type of person that would do that. So it's going to be a 9-letter word that begins with B and ends in E. That's too many letters. What's a 9-letter word that begins with B and ends in E? Bolognese. Could be 9 letters depending on how you spell it. It's bolognese. Bolognese, yeah. Yeah. Not chicken for a Friday, innit? Hopefully I will not be happy with this chat. Is anyone having fish, folks? Anyone having fish? No? Beef. Bacon bounce. I'd like to have some BR. British Rail. Beef. Bacon rashers. Just some bacon rashers. Wisecrack is a dog. Bacon roll. You wouldn't say I would have some bacon roll. On bacon rolls, maybe. Buttered rusks. Boiled rice. Religious fish, yeah. My grandma used to have to go down to the shop every Friday to get a fish. My family weren't religious, though. It was just a tradition. It wasn't like a religious thing. It was born from a religious thing. But my great-grandma wasn't religious. It was just a tradition. Second mode is plural. Could be bacon rolls then. Boiled rices. Love the Richard Keys delivery on British Rail there. I don't know what I remember. Don't know what I said. I know what I said, but I don't know how I said it. Big ratatouilles. St. Peter and it the Fishman, yeah. Fishes, I should eat more fish. I was tempted by the prospect of fish fingers this evening, but I saw there was some chili con carne that needed eating, so I'm having that instead. But, I do like fish. I don't have fish anywhere near as much as I should do, considering how much I like it. First word is a flavour. Bogey's ragu. Beef ragu? Beef. Why am I so obsessed with beef? Why am I assuming it's beef? Beef is a notorious flavour. Well, yeah, you get beef flavoured McCoys. No, it's steak flavoured, never mind, it's steak beef. Alright, so it's not beef then. But I'm sorry, I will not be sort of put down over the implication that beef is a flavour, because it can absolutely be a flavour of something. You can get a beef pot noodle. It's not got actual, it might have actual beef in it, but it can be beef flavoured. You get beef flavoured hula hoops. They're not. Bacon rashers. Bacon's not a flavour though. It's got to be a flavour. It's got to be Wisecrack's definition of a flavour, which means it can't actually be the name of any other food. Beef flavoured beef, is that what I said? Do you think in the future everyone's just going to say the first letter of the food and that's that? Like instead of, oh, I love eating pepperoni pizza, people say, oh, I love eating PP. If this game catches on, maybe. Maybe. You'd like to think so. Smoky bacon. B, what begins with... What flavours begins with B? Brown? No. No, I'm just thinking of methods of cooking things now. Braised, that's not... No, why is I never say braised anyway? Oh. Oh, I just hit him on the head, sorry. Oh, I just hit him again. What's up? Right. I think I fucked it up by hitting him in the head. Berry? No, because berries are food and therefore it can't be a flavour, according to Wisecrack. You can have a nail art set. That's your kind of thing, isn't it? Berry Rizzlers. Dress shirt. Bee. Oh, and the bees. Oh, shit, I haven't got a slingshot. Bee. Oh. I don't know. I don't know. What's the, let's figure out what the R is. Let's figure out what the R is. And it's R and it's plural. Okay. R and it's a plural. What would it possibly be? Yellow bamboo mat. And a steamer basket set. Rashers. So he doesn't just eat rashers though. Raisins. No, Wisecrack doesn't eat raisins. He doesn't strike me as the sort of person who eats raisins. It could be rolls, but you can't. What B would be a flavour before rolls? Raisins. You want me to tell you? No, not yet. Not yet. Is it obvious? Is it I'll kick myself if I don't get it sort of thing? Or is this some sort of obscure sort of thing I've never heard of in my life? It's not obscure, right? Knowing me, like you do, over the past year, do you think I've eaten it before? It's not Brazilian rice, no. No. Why am I racking my brains over this? You've bound to within the last year, right? Baked? No, that's not a flavour. Beans? It's not a flavour. What's a flavour if it's not a food? What food is not a flavour? What sauces start with B? Barbecue? Barbecue. Hunters for chicken. Ben's ragu. It's got to be barbecue something. Barbecue. Barbecue. Everything you have barbecue with doesn't begin with R. Barbecue. Oh, of course, ribs. I don't eat ribs. Wisecrack, so no, I've not had that in the last year. So you were wrong on that, I'm afraid. Barbecue ribs. Fair enough. Fair enough. BBBQR. No, that's fine. Barbecue. Yeah, that is kick myself. Yeah, should have got that. Barbecue ribs. I think as we sort of as we play this game more, things will become easier because you pick up patterns from people, and if someone says BR in the future, I'm gonna remember. Oh yeah, barbecue ribs. It's classic pre-dogging fuel. It's very much a Friday meal, that isn't it? Barbecue ribs. Do you eat more mucky style, Wisecrack? Do you have them all sort of... I bet you do that. You all fucking sauce around your mouth and you don't even wipe it off or anything like that. You're just there. You're just there playing FIFA at 3 o'clock in the morning. Go in. Every now and then you lick your lips and you go, "Oh, a little bit of barbecue." All over me. Yeah, you got a nice big bib on as well. A big white bib. All fucking horrible stains and stuff on it. From the barbecue sauce, of course. Sauce is still on his pillow the week after. Oh dear. Bechamel, that's a good shout. Bechamel ribs, yeah. Big barbecue things, I'm still playing better than Tiana. I bet your controller smells lovely after you've played though. Smelling all barbecuey. Lovely. Like clown makeup, yeah. Yeah. Very vivid. But actually, oh my god, we've got so much shit on me. Right, we need to sell some of this. I keep forgetting. What time is it? 14:07. I'll be wrapping up within the hour, folks. But I'll come on this evening. We'll do a bit more Mario Kart if you want. It'll be a bit earlier than it was the other day, though. It'll be... I must go. God bless. Wisecrack, take care, my friend. Have a good one, as they say. Take it easy. Take care, man. Etc. Yeah, I won't be on for as long. I'll wrap up probably before 7, I would say. Probably wrap up before 7, so I got 4:30. So if I do, yeah, if I come on about 4:30, 2 hours, good 2 hours of Mario Kart. That's all right, isn't it? That's all right. That's bloody all right. Yeah. Bang. There's nothing I need to sell here, is there? I don't think so. Do we need to sell butterfly fish, actually? Don't know. Sell that. See what we get for it. 8 grand. Better than a sock in the chops. Yeah, that's true. Wrong one. I don't hate it. I don't hate it. Let's hold on to that. Let's hold on to that. I think the rest of this stuff we can probably sell, though. I said the rest of the stuff. It's not the rest of the stuff in the slightest. It's actually just... Oh, no, it's none of it, actually. It's none of it. Fuck, I'm half here today, folks. Better than a lamp in the todger, yeah. Absolutely. This song is like how I feel today, by the way. It's exactly how I feel. It's just such a shame Stu's ill, and have I given Antonio a gift? I don't think I can I? Because he's sat down. Can I... What's your favourite kind of music? Something else. What's my favourite kind of music? Greensleeves. Old shit. Greensleeves. So, Greensleeves? That's your thing? Yeah. Yeah. Actually, I haven't heard that lot of Greensleeves. As long as you can work out to it, it's cool, man. You can work out to Greensleeves all you like. Absolutely. Triceps. Right, should we try and get him to... Oh, there we go. Oh, I can't give him anything anyway. Okay. Who else have we got? Audie? We've given Audie something, haven't we? Stu's ill. Maybe Stu's a bit better now, I don't know. I love it when you can do custom answers. And in like a week's time, they'll ask me about it again. They'll bring... Oh no, I've forgotten all about it. Oh, Stu is better now. Stu's all better. Watch this. Stu is going to get this poncho style sweater. It's going to look so good on him. Check this out. Crusty. Oh, look at him with the glasses that I got him yesterday as well. Oh, he looks so good. Why does he keep... That's the second jockey uniform he's given me. Why does he keep giving me jockey uniforms? Chicken jockey. I remember when I was asked for my favourite hobby by Kurt and I told him it was war crimes. Deary me. I'm glad that Stu's been a bit better. Saying none of this is real, none of it. I say the island is just a game and everything we say or do just to amuse somebody else. I don't know, I kind of maybe believe it. So many things would make more sense. You ever thought fruit grows way too fast? Ain't it weird that trees have all 3 kinds of wood? Ever notice there's pretty music everywhere? It's great, but it's weird. Does Tom Muck make any kind of sense to you? Yeah, I'll buy you seashells so you can give me back my own money to pay off a house I'm selling to you. It's a good point. I ate 6 bags of chips last night and fell asleep with the TV on. Wow. Stu is based. I never thought Stu would be this good. I think he's great. Stu. I saw Stu and I invited him to my island and I thought, why did I do that? He didn't seem particularly interesting, but fucking hell. I've really warmed to him. Maybe I should check that out. So we've given Stu something. We've given Audie something. We've given Antonio something. Have we given Celia something? Or Flo? Flo could have the denim jacket. In fact. Flo. That's such a good feature, honestly. It is so good. And you'd think I'd get tired of it after a while, but no. Flo. Bang. The Stooby Brothers. Studio. Deary me. She can have the denim jacket. Shop uniform. Why does everyone give me weird uniforms? Just give me a hat or something. Really weird stuff. I'll hold on to that stuff for tomorrow. Take that into have that. Right, so they're gifts for people tomorrow. That's to sell. Oh no, they're gifts. Right, that's to sell. And they're gifts for people tomorrow. Okay. Telling you to get a job. Just explained earlier why I can't do that. I've been trying to have a job for ages, man. Okie dokie. So we're going. No, not those. We're selling those two. Have you been thinking about it? Have I been thinking about what nightlights? Sorry. The man has been keeping you down. The man. We should bring back the man. As a sort of euphemism for everyone that we don't like. I feel like the euphemisms for everyone that we don't like is they've sort of got a bit horrible over the past few years. Why is no one sticking it to the man anymore? You know? Imagine doing real estate, but almost exactly like Staff. I'd love that. I finished Staff Let's Flats last night, unfortunately. Again, for the 3rd or 4th time in the last year. Unfortunately. God, I craft a lot of fish bait considering I don't actually fish that much. Maybe I should fish. Found a little house called Hotel Stathis in Rhodes. I was very happy. That's nice. Should we visit a dream island? Has anyone got a dream island that they want me to visit, by the way? Did anyone... We talked about this yesterday. I said if anyone has a dream island they want me to visit, if you get the code for it, I'll hop in. I'll visit it. If you want. Obviously. We can do that. You can certainly do that. Did your old island doesn't have a dream island, does it, TN? Unfortunately, I think you said you tried. Just gonna have a look at Pokemon Go once more. Islands in the dream. That's good. It's not in any way unfortunate. It really is. What was it called again, TN? What was the island called again? There's a World of Warcraft name that began with N. It was like North Reed or something like that. North End. Oh. The C dot. I've also found out that you can, the sort of spinning Pokemon ball thing, you know, you sort of twist the Pokeball like that. So many dorks would have chosen it, quite possibly. I did also find out that it only shows you 20 results, unfortunately. Which is a real shame. So it means some people whose islands I don't have the code for, if I want to search for it, it only shows you the first 20 results. Which is a little bit annoying, I find. Clearly people have named it this, though. C dot and eat it for dietary reasons. Right. James, Tachi, Hanu, Grace, Erin, Joshua, Angier, Inkboy, Ryan, Lich King, Noxie, Maylee, Bop, Chris, Katie, Isaki, Dylan, Jadia, Holy Lolly, and Emmy. No TN, unfortunately. Right, let's do some more names then. Or should we just do a surprise one? Should we just do that? Surprise me. Surprise me. What if it's something horrible? I did a surprise one yesterday. It was really nice. That's where I got the dirt paths from. It was really good. It was cool. I can't remember what it was called now. Sakura Fall. How do you know a fall? How it works. How it works. If this doesn't have loads of cherry trees in it, I'm bitterly disappointed. That's the risk we take every time we dream. It could be horrible. That's true. It's a good point. I love the fact that it's blurry around the outside, and as you sort of explore, it gets less and less blurry. I noticed that yesterday. Custom designs portal. Sure. Should we have a look, see what they've got? It already looks good, by the way. Picnic B, eyebrows. That's it. 2 picnic tables and some eyebrows. Deep slumber, more like sleep dumber. Good stuff. No posts on the notice board. I also visited an island yesterday that was constantly in a state of a meteor shower because they must have saved it during a meteor shower, which was really good. Pappy? I like Pappy. This is nice. This is good. Whose house is this? Vivian. Fair enough. Did the horse animals act weird if you wear a jockey uniform? No. No, I don't think so. Peppy's house? Oh, look at the karapi thing they've got. There's Pappy again. So can you take... If I take a photo here, does it actually... It doesn't quite work, does it? You can't sort of... Whoa. Unless you were to do this. Oh no, wait. Sorry, just figuring something out. So if I do that now... No, it doesn't really... That's not bad. If he sits down, it sort of does it. Whatever. That's nice. Audi? That's good. Teddy? Teddy! Oh yeah, Teddy, of course. Don't know what the tune is. There's only one tune that I recognised in the islands that I visited yesterday, and it was the Bing Bong Bang Bong tune that someone had. It was that. Renee's house. Got a lot of horses. Awful lot of horses here. Why do I know that? Why do I know that? What's that from? What's that from? Some trousers on Teddy, you absolute wreck. My Neighbor Totoro, is it? I've not seen that though. How would I know that? How would I know that? We'll talk to... Maybe all over TikTok, maybe. That does... It rings a bell. No matter what I do, all I think about is you. What? Totoro show in London's lovely. TN, I listened to Drawing Board 3 last night. I didn't realise it was that song. I did know that song. I didn't know that that was that song. Drawing Board 3. It's so good. It's fine. I couldn't sit and listen to it for hours though. That's nice. That's quite lovely. Again, these bloody things here, they don't quite sort of work, do they? Is there a way you can put your... Oh, can you do this? You fucking idiot, of course you can do that. I didn't realise. I thought that was a Totoro thing. I didn't realise you could press A and it puts your head in it. I didn't think that was a possibility. So the other one will be like that as well. Whoopsie doodle. This is nice. Nice little campfire area. It's quite lovely. Some people are so good at this stuff. Look at the scooters and the bikes and stuff. It must take ages to do this sort of thing. I wish you could, like, leave a nice message to them. You know? Wouldn't it be so lovely if you could just be like, I love this. Brilliant, I love this. You could just do that, and then they just, next time they log on, they see that. It's scenes from the movie. This is all going over my head, I'm afraid. Just showing off, really, isn't it? Yeah. Imagine you could graffiti all over the island, feed welcoming. That'd be good. Yeah, I'd like that. Chief. Cinema roll? That's nice. Look at all this stuff. Wow. God, the way that these islands are designed make them look so big. My island feels tiny compared to this. Do you know what I mean? Turn it up a little bit, don't we? My island feels so small compared to this. This feels so massive. Fairground friends, yeah. Some little turtles. The things that look like Alolan executors as well. Also known as palm trees. Wow, look at that. What? 2 statues of liberty. Palm trees. Got 2. That's how you know how free this island is. Mo. 2 statues of liberty. Oh, hello. Hi. I'm glad that just said hi instead of directing them to their, like, social medias or something like that. I find that a bit worrying. Well, that was good. Gundy's playing Pacopia. That was nice, wasn't it? We'll visit one more, and then that's it for me for today, I think. I don't know when I'll stream this next. At some point, I imagine. If I'm still playing it. I think I've got the itch to play this kind of game again. Whether I stream it or not, I don't know. But I'd love to give Pacopia a go. With Pacopia, can you play it for, like... In this, it's sort of designed for you to play it for, like, a couple of hours a day at most, if that. Is Pacopia the same in the sense that it's designed for you to only play it for like 2 or 3 hours, but you can actually play it for a lot longer? You don't just sort of run out of stuff to do. Because I love that sort of thing. I love the sort of restricting you slightly, but actually things move at a slow pace, but you can just do what you like. Sort of thing. No self-promo, even on your own island. What if there's an island called Nerdmatron? There could be. It's 10 characters. Some things move slow overnight. Oh, that's good. Maybe I'll play that at some. Maybe I get that at some point then. Maybe I get that before I do like a week of streams, and then we just stream that for a week in a couple of months' time or something. That might be nice. Did we try? I think we tried Nerdmo. I don't think we tried Nerdmatron. I mean, obviously there's not going to be an island called Nerdmatron. Oh, we did Nermo. There's no Nerdmatron Island. Just have a look through the old emotes. What if there's a... Droll Island? No, there's no island called Droll. That's amazing. I was convinced. What about very droll? There is. I also looked it up. Oh, we could do this, by the way. Valley Praise not long enough. Bistopia. We'll look for Bistopia. And then if there's not one for that, there's one that I found yesterday that I didn't visit, but we'll go to it. Chindley. No, there's no Bistopia. Oh, you have found Bistopia.
What?
Bistopia.
What?
Wow. Podlington's 11 characters, isn't it? No. It's 11. Bistopia. I was going to call my island Podlington ages ago, and it wouldn't let me because it's too long, and I refused to compromise. So I called it Niles Crane instead. Folks, we are in Bistopia. No posts. Roger or Roger, whichever it is. It's the first one. They've got Soleil. Tarnation. It's not the most built up island. Ione. Is this the same island that we've got? It is, isn't it? Is it? Or is it slightly different? Oh no, it is. I think it's slightly different actually. No, it is different. It's very different. What's the tune? Don't know. God, I can't believe it. Bistopia. It seems like it's not a very built-up island though, so it might be quite quick to explore. Blue Bear's house. Blue Bear in the blue, big blue. Because I can't even go up there because I haven't got a ladder or anything like that. So you can't go up those places, which is you sort of just bound by. It's a completely different island to the one we had. With the old coconut trees. Cogglenud. Blue Bears in the big house. Yeah, that works. It works well enough. Marcy's house. Lovely. Maple's house. Ugh. Did you just hear my eyes squish when I did that? I apologise if you did. It was quite loud. Ugh. Ugh. Can't do an impression of that. Bistopia. Not what I thought it would be. Marty. Mira. can't remember Miru. I don't think I've ever had Miru before, as far as I'm aware. Mirror, mirror on the wall. You've got mirror. Hostage. Hostage, surely. She's only got OGs. Oh, right. Well, I will take a break. Not take a break. I will end the stream after this, folks, but I'll come back in a couple of hours and feeling a bit better. I'm feeling the energy just leaving me now, I'm afraid. I'll have a bit of a lie down like I did last time. Got the bunk beds. Little bear. It's been a long week, it has, hasn't it? And I've not slept well at all throughout any of it, apart from potentially 2 nights ago was probably acceptable. And that's it. Judy's house. We know where Judy is. And then this is Olive's house. This is my bloody island. You got Marcy as well. I need an Animal Crossing stream from TN. I'd love that. Get the upgrade thing for it, TN, if you've not already. Get the upgrade for it. It's like £4. Marty Crane, I was thinking that. That's what I was thinking. Where's their house? Is it somewhere that I can't reach, potentially? Not made of money, mate. £4. That's 1 Twitch sub. You can use the 1 Twitch sub that I occasionally give you, and you can buy the Animal Crossing upgrade pack. How about that? Hey? I'll find this house.
What?
Oh well, we can always revisit this in the future if you wanted to. Search out the house. What? Right. I want to wake up. Oh. That's it from me today, folks, for Animal Crossing at least. Thank you very much for watching, indeed. Thank you very much for watching, indeed. Yes, I might be back in possibly about 2 hours. Possibly, I don't know. It depends on how I feel. If I'm not back by like 5 o'clock, I won't be back at all. And I'm not going to post it. I'll probably be asleep if that's the case, so I won't be posting a message about it in Discord or anything like that. But thank you very much for watching all the same. Wasn't watching, indeed. Was watching this stream. Wasn't watching, indeed. Was watching this stream. Wasn't watching, indeed. Was watching this stream. Thumbnail? Thumbnail?
What?
Thumbnail? That's gotta be the thumbnail. 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 Sit with it a while. I'm gonna go for a lie down actually, so I'm not gonna sit with it for a while. That tutorial island's a lovely find. Well, there you go. You can search for it yourself, can't you? If you want to. It's called Sakura Fall. So that's good. Thank you very much for watching, folks. Thank you, Esme, for the 165 bits. Thank you, Nightlight, for the 10 bits. Thank you, Rogue Ying, for the follow as well. Trippy, the 3 stream streak. White with the 10 stream streak. The Gaben Zone, thank you for the follow. And that's it for today. Yes, I may be back on a couple of hours. In a couple of hours. Potentially. We'll see. If not, then I'll see you probably at some point next week. And we'll be going back to. I mean, I might do this Animal Crossing next week. We'll probably be going back to the weekday mornings of Pez and whatnot for the time being. So enjoy that if that happens. But for now, I will. I'll leave you to it. All right. Must be seeing double 4 cals.
Very droll. Very droll.
Do what